We there.
Okay, but where the face at?
What? What?
Consciousness is centered in the DC area right now. Okay. I think that we in the center of like really knowing right now what's going on. I'm not talking about the history of what's right going on right now, the intricacies of it and the importance of it.
That's him.
So our elders will come here next week.
suddenly her and her husband and her son all quit their jobs so they could sit at home making sea moss all day. Became her and her husband and her son.
We did the lecture already October 30th. How many people were here for the lecture when we did October 30th? Okay. So I'm not going through the entire thing, but how many people did not see the lecture? Okay. So for some people, this is going to be new information. I'm not doing the entire lecture. So the beginning part where I started, people let me know because this didn't.
I never enjoyed it. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I never enjoyed having somebody tell me that the best way for me to get ahead financially was for me to make myself more miserable than I already was by having to cut things out of my life that I really enjoyed. Like seriously, I just did not enjoy that. I'm just a pile of popcorn with the butter and I'm gonna get the Twizzlers and I'm gonna get a big ass slushie. I don't want to get a small slushie to save $2 or whatever. I want the big slushie, damn it, because this is my day off, right? That's how I felt. I remember feeling that way. And here's what I figured out is that if you don't, you can, sure, you have to be financially frugal and careful or whatever to some extent. But there's the other alternative. If you pay the cost, you can be the boss. Meaning that if you become intentional, intentionality is the key here. If you become intentional about increasing your income, then you will probably find ways to increase your income, which suddenly allows you to do a lot of things that you couldn't do before. Right? Suddenly, when I was making an extra $100,000 a year, like with side hustles, I started speaking and selling my books and doing all the things I was doing way back in the day when I was first getting started. So I mean, maybe it wasn't even $100,000 a year. Maybe in the beginning it was like $5,000 a year or $10,000 a year. Right? It just grew into more money over time because I became more intentional about it. The more intentional I became, the further I went along. Right? Like a rocket that's trying to break out of the Earth's atmosphere. Y'all don't understand. The rockets are really fascinating. Rockets are basically controlled explosions. If you put too much power in it, it'll blow up. But you need enough power to have it get out of the atmosphere. In order for that rocket to break out of the atmosphere and the Earth's gravitational pull, that's what your life is. Your life is like the gravity pulling you back to the ground. It's sucking you back in, right? But in order for the rocket to escape the Earth's atmosphere, it has to be very intentional about where it's going, right? You don't see any rockets that are doing this. You don't see rockets that are kind of waving around like a rocket. A kite is not a rocket. A kite blows whichever way the wind blows, right? A rocket is like, right? 100% intentional about exactly where it's going. So what I encourage you to do is embrace the rocket lifestyle. Literally embrace the rocket ideology. The rocket ideology says, come hell or high water, do or die by any means necessary. I will make this happen. That means I'm going to take in every piece of information I can get, have every conversation I need to have, do every reflection I need to do, then consider every idea, turn over every stone, spend time intentionally. It's Saturday morning. I'm going to spend that time on Saturday morning being intentional about figuring out how I can learn from the people who understand how to do the thing I'm trying to learn how to do. Right? Even if I don't think I'll ever figure out how to do it, I'm going to try. I'm going to be intentional about it. Intentionality is the key to almost every damn thing you'll ever do in your life. And that will make you different from the rest of the world. Because if you look around at the people around you, if you look at the way the world operates, the world does not operate with intentionality. Most people don't have intentionality. They just go whichever way the world goes. They're doing whatever TikTok dance everybody else is doing. They're paying attention to what everybody else is paying attention to. All this other stuff. You got to be intentional. You got to be intentional. So what I would say is that going back to that football analogy, if I'm down by 5 touchdowns, I know a defense is going to be important, but I know I need offense. I know I need to put more points on the board in order for me to even have a chance to win. So going back to this brother's question, which he submitted, you can submit your own question if you'd like at blackwealthconfessions.com. I'll put the URL back on the screen. I would say that maybe increasing your income is a good way for you to overcome a lot of these things. So if I'm you, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, college gives you one way to increase your income because they give you this degree that helps you go out and get a mediocre job. But there's something better than college. There's a higher level to the floor. There's a higher floor in the building. There's a higher there's a penthouse floor that they never told you about, and that's Millionaires Row. That's where the real ballers, the real bosses, the people that actually make real money actually go to get their real education. So one of the things I can tell you that I discovered, and I had a PhD. I mean, my God, if anybody should know all this stuff, it should be me. I knew it in theory, but I didn't know it in practice. I had to literally go back to school. I had to say, who I am right now is not good enough. What I'm doing right now is not working. The strategy I've used to this point has not got me to where I want to be. I need to be re-educated. I have been brainwashed into a way of thinking that is not putting me where I want to be. So you got to humble yourself to do that. stop thinking you know everything. You don't know shit. If you're not where you want to be, you don't know nothing. If you're not where you want to be in life, you're like a newborn baby who hasn't been educated on anything. And you have to treat yourself that way and start taking in information and knowledge from individuals that have proven that they have been to or can get you to the place that you want to be. Do you understand what I'm saying? Give me a yes in the chat if you follow what I'm saying. I hope this all makes sense. Okay. All right. So that's it, guys. I had a couple things I wanted to say about that. I got to get back to talking about nurturing relationships. I got to get back with my wife. We're going to go running because, health is wealth and all that stuff. And I don't want to get fat. And so don't forget, if you go to boycewatkins.com, you can actually come to the event that Jay Morrison and I are having on the 23rd called Secrets of the 1%. It's totally free. So feel free to pop in. And it's all about capital and the use of capital and credit and business in order to expand and accelerate where you want to be economically. It's some good game. Jay has proven that he knows things other people don't know, because I don't know a single person anywhere who from a grassroots level has been able to go and create an SEC approved crowdfunding campaign that raised $11.5 million. And one of the benefits of that campaign is this beautiful building called the Black House, which to me is a Black university. That's a Black-owned university, and I got an office there. I said, I support you, brother. I want to see you win. So I immediately said, I don't care what the rent is. I want an office in your building because I want people to know that I'm supporting what you're supporting, period, because we've got to find ways to win. We went through institutions. We went through structure. We went through building. We don't win through whining and complaining and looking for jobs. We've tried that for 200 years. It ain't working. So let's go to another level, okay? Got it? We good? We good? All right. So boycewatkins.com, or if you're on Instagram, just click the link in the bio and it's right there. When will you be back in London? As soon as all these mandates are over. When the mandates are over, I'm coming back to London because I love Black London and I love y'all very much, and I want you to know that. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a good day. Hit the thumbs up button on your way out, please, and I will talk to you all soon. Be good. Take care. Peace. I need the money. I can't do it. I did. I did tell you. I told you that day. I told you that day, brother. Brother, I just got out of the hospital 2 hours ago for a heart problem. You're driving me nuts right now. Brother, I'm trying to make it work, but when I'm screaming, I did ask for it. And I asked for it today before the screen started. And nobody paid attention to me. It was in the group chat. It was in the group chat for both of y'all to see it. Nobody answered me. The thing is that I'm screaming. And once I'm screaming, I can't do nothing else because people will listen to something. I don't want to go back to the hospital. Okay. All right. No problem. How many of you all have heard of a rapper by the name of Young Dolph? Give me a yes or no if you've heard of Young Dolph. And he's a rapper that died today. So if you haven't heard of him, let me say he's a guy out of Memphis, and he has been on the Breakfast Club and stuff like that. And he was shot, I think, today at some point. I think he was very young, about 36 years old. Too young to die. And I thought that since we're reading in the book club, we're reading Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson, and we're looking at Black history. I want to kind of start the conversation with something that's relevant to what's happening right now in our community. I want to start off by talking about Young Dolph and this homicide. And believe it or not, this really links to Black history. This links to the control of music and media, the things that are promoted by media, the things that that others tend to buy from Black people. And this is important to understand because you have to sort of look at, and I'm going to talk about Young Dolph in a minute, but I want to talk about the context of it all. I mentioned to you guys on the podcast that 200 rappers died this year. Did y'all know that? Give me a yes or no in the chat if you knew that 200 hip hop artists have died this year alone, just this year, 200. And you also know that the death of Young Dolph, his unfortunate homicide, occurred right after you had another hip hop tragedy about 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, the Travis Scott concert. Y'all saw at the Travis Scott concert, fans died at the Travis Scott concert. That's going to be very expensive. Lots of lawsuits are being filed. Travis Scott is being blamed, but really Live Nation is probably the one that's most responsible, in my opinion, because they let so many people into that venue. They shouldn't have let that many people into the venue. But let's talk about Young Dolph and kind of put it into context to why would I would be discussing that as I'm reading from Dr. Anderson's book. And we're going to read from Dr. Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Wealth, in 1 second. But I think you have to really understand how the present is created by the past. Everything that you think is modern and new, ain't nothing new under the sun. Everything you think, only exists in the present. The most important thing to understand when you're trying to understand Black history is to understand that you are living Black history. Everything around you was a manifestation, was a creation that was created during Black history. When I did a little thing on my Instagram, a short little video when I was in Denver visiting my daughter this week, and I showed some big, gigantic $100 million, $200 million skyscrapers. And I said, this is the real racism. None of these buildings are owned by Black people. White people own thousands and thousands of buildings that probably cost $100 million or more. Black people probably don't. I don't think Black people own one single $100 million building. Not one. White people own thousands. We don't. I don't even know of one that we own. Maybe there's one somewhere, but I don't know what that is. But and even if there is one, who cares? It's one out of 10,000 or whatever the number is. So here's my point. When you look at what happened with Young Dolph, and you put it in the context of history, I'll start with one interesting fact about Young Dolph. I read his whole bio. He was born in Chicago. I live in Chicago. He was a product of the drug era. Both of his parents had issues with crack. He was raised by his grandmother. Give me a yes or no in the chat if you know a Black person who's ever been addicted to drugs. Give me a yes or no if you know at least one Black person in your family that has struggled with drugs. Give me a yes or no. Yeah, okay, somebody said my father. Yeah, my father too. So why do I bring that up? Well, because a lot of what you're seeing right now, a lot of this death culture being promoted by death music comes from the drug era. It comes from the 1980s when they poured crack cocaine into Black communities, and their goal was to destroy the Black alpha males, to destroy the men that were going to actually lead the community. It was to dismantle families, which they succeeded at. Crack was the only drug that had ever been created that anybody ever knew about that would make a mother not even take care of her child. Mothers were abandoning their babies over this drug. And as a result, you now have a drug culture. You have children who literally we're 2 generations in to the crack era. A lot of the young people now that are rapping and making music now, reflecting on their culture now, are literally grandparents of people that went through the crack era. There was a young man that was the child of a friend that I knew growing up. And he reached out to me because he'd heard of me. And I said, hey, brother, how you doing? He said, I'm doing good. Dr. West, I heard all about you. My mama told me about you. I said, yeah, how's your mama doing? And he said, well, I ain't seen my mama. I got raised by my grandmother, right? Again, typical story, right? It's happening everywhere. It's millions and millions of families are like this. This is not normal, by the way, Black people. This is not normal. Children should not be getting taken care of by their grandparents. The children should not be getting raised by grandparents. Grandparents are old, they tired. They ain't there to take over the babies, right? But that's a normal thing for us now. They shifted your cultural DNA with this stuff that they've done to your people. So he's told me, he said he was a rapper. And I said, really, you're a rapper? Okay. But to be honest with you, I meet a lot of rappers. We have an oversupply in the Black community of rappers. They're everywhere. And my dream, Dr. King had a dream. My dream is that we produce as many entrepreneurs as we produce rappers. If we can produce as many investors as we produce, hip hop artists and basketball players, we would dominate the whole game, right? But somebody marketed the idea of rapping as a way to get out of the trap or to get out of your situation. So, okay, I said, okay, cool. he said, I'd like to send you my music. I said, okay, send me your music. I listened to the music, and within, I think, about the first 3 verses, first thing I heard was, I remember carrying my mother to the hospital when she overdosed. I kid you not. And I this is a true story. And I remember, so that was literally like the 3rd verse in the fucking song. And I said, what the hell kind of nightmare did they put on our people? What is this? This is not normal. It is not normal. And I had to tell this poor kid, I said, first of all of us need therapy. We all do. I said, I recommend some therapy. I said, I did not know this happened with your mama. And it's not normal to be 11 years old and you're rapping, right? To express the pain of having to carry your mother to the hospital after she overdosed. But then also, you remember, this is how you get money. You see, Black trauma is profitable. You see, there are people that truly believe that if you haven't been through a horrifically traumatic experience in your life, then you ain't Black. Just like Joe Biden said, well, you don't vote Democrat. If you ain't stupid enough to vote for me, even though I'm giving you nothing, then you ain't Black. So he in his mind, he thinks being Black means being stupid. And then at the same time, there are people in the music industry that if you ain't been through a complete hell of a childhood, if you had a happy, safe childhood where you didn't get beaten, shot, molested, abandoned, mistreated, or whatever, then you ain't Black. You have so literally, I'm listening to this verse, and he was telling this story about his mother and the drug overdose, partly as just a genuine reflection of the pain he experienced as a child. But there was a part of it that was like, yeah, I'm giving myself cultural authenticity that is necessary to get into the hip hop industry, because I know that you won't believe me if I tell you, hey, I had a happy childhood and I had 2 wonderful parents that raised me and took good care of me. You're going to think I ain't real. Like that, you ain't keeping it real. Remember, Young Dolph, he actually has a song, I think one of his hit songs, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not making fun of the brother at all. I'm not making fun of him. I'm just giving you honest perspective from what I'm seeing. I literally had a song called Rich Slave. I think the song was called Rich Slave, and it was a hit, of course, right? I think he signed his cousin. His cousin's name was Glock something, right? Named after like a Glock that you shoot. I saw a video that he did. It was really showed a lot of talent. The video, I think, was called 100 Shots. 100 Shots. And so here's what I'm saying. And I'm not talking about Young Dolph on any level. I mean, he's young. I'm not in any way criticizing him. Far be it for me to ever critique a man who just, went through something that terrible. But what you have with hip hop is you have the monetization of Black death and trauma. You have a death culture. You see, back in the day when Biggie and Pac got killed, that was like a big landmark event in the Black community, because we hadn't really seen that. You had seen rappers have beef. You've seen rappers argue. They settle it, they settle it on a record, or they have a breakdancing competition, whatever the hell they did, in the 80s and 90s and all that. But then it started getting extra real, right? Where Biggie, Pac gets killed, and then Biggie gets killed later. And I'm sure Diddy, I'm sure Dr. Dre, I'm sure Ice Cube, I'm sure Snoop, I'm sure all those guys could probably tell you at least 10 stories where they almost ended up in the cemetery too. Well, that's kind of where it began. And it's not coincidental that all of this death culture began within hip hop right in the middle of the crack era, and right at the same time that Joe Biden and his buddies were passing the Clinton crime bill, right? At the same time they're building all the prisons. They said the perfect people to put in these prisons are these Black men who we have defined to be menaces to society and their children. So they built those prisons for you. Those prisons were roach motels that they were going to use for young Black children. They saw Black children as as people that added no value to society, and they wanted to see them fill up the penitentiaries. And they said, let's go poison their music so that they rap about death so much that they will be excited about death. They will be excited about going to prison. And what do you have 20 years later? You got Lil Nas X and his old raggedy ass doing videos where he is in the penitentiary twerking like it's Disney World. That's how sick the culture has become. You go to the Travis Scott concert, which wasn't nothing. I mean, I'm not even into metaphysics and the spiritual stuff. My wife knows a little bit about it. I'm not really into it as much as some of my friends, but they showed me stuff where I said, man, that's a satanic ritual This dude's doing satanic rituals and people are dying at the concerts. And then I'm listening to music where I'm hearing the same formula every time. It's I get all this ice, all these diamonds, and I got fast cars and fast, whatever, and then sex. Like I got women that'll do sexual favors for me, right? It's a formula. Pay attention to the formula. In the video, I got the hood in the background because the hood, showing you that I'm in the hood, really allows white people to feel like I'm authentically representing what they believe to be a genuine Black experience, right? So my videos are shot in the hood where it's something real awkward. It'll be like a raggedy corner store in a broken down neighborhood, but they'll have like a brand new Ferrari in the middle of like this war zone that's been abandoned by the Democratic and Republican parties, right? With no support, no financial investment, no opportunity, no nothing. But I'm in the hood representing the Hunger Games or the Squid Games to young Black people to say, if you survive the Squid Game, you could be like me. And you can't tell me that modern day hip hop has not become the Squid Games where either you get rich or you die, or you get rich and you die. Right? Or you get rich and you die. So you think you're doing good because you got money, but then next thing you know, the feds are knocking at your door like Bobby Shmurda, and you're facing a lot of years in prison. Or you're like the 200 rappers that died this year because you are in the middle of a vibrational energy of death that is so unbelievably, shockingly devastating that death is all around you. Death is all around you. And when death is all around you, death is eventually going to come for that ass. Eventually, the Grim Reaper shows up on your doorstep, and suddenly it's game over. So our rappers today, and this goes back, I'm going to start reading from Dr. Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Wealth, in a minute, because this all relates to history. Dr. Anderson, Claude Anderson, has come on this platform and talked about why rappers who do the minstrel shows, and I'm not saying Young Dolph is in that category. Again, I'm not here to speak on him because that's not appropriate. And not in that way, right? But he said that this is all part of history. This is for many centuries. White people have always rewarded you for entertaining them, right? And if you go to a lot of these concerts, like when you looked at that Travis Scott Astro World concert, I didn't see that many Black people at the concert. There was one little Black boy that died, and he was there with his father, which was very sad for that family. But most of the people at the Astro World concert were white people who are fascinated with genocidal culture that exists within the Black community. It's very exciting for them. So when I look at what happened with this brother, it makes me very sad. There will probably be another artist that will be dead within the next 2 weeks, because hip hop artists are literally dying about once every week or two now. I want to say, wait, scratch that. I'm sorry. If 200 died last year, that's 4 a week. So that's 4 per week. And so the biggest curse in the world is in economics, they have a term called the winner's curse. The winner's curse is when you think you won, but really you lost. You think you're the champion, but really you're the biggest loser, or you're going to pay a price for your success that is higher than the price you bargained for. To some extent, some would say on a spiritual level that maybe you even made a deal with the devil and you didn't even know it. Well, hip hop is, to me, a place where you have the winner's curse, where you have a guy like Young Dolph, super talented, super smart, could have done anything with his life. And I listen to when I watch videos, I watch the imagery and I listen to the lyrics. I'm always listening for the formulas in the song. I'm listening for the materialism. I'm listening for the references to irresponsible sexuality in terms of how you view women. I'm listening for the weapons, right? I got Glocks, I got AKs, whatever, right? I'm listening for what else am I listening for? I'm listening for the drugs, right? That's another thing that commercialized hip hop has transformed into. It is a consistent marketing campaign to maintain the drug culture that destroyed the lives of so many people in this chat. So many of you right now, give me a yes in the chat if you feel that somebody being hooked on drugs messed your life up. Do you feel like, and I'm gonna raise my hand because my biological father, his name was Boyce, he went to prison for drugs. Right? So it's really mind-boggling to me, and it's something that I really want Black people to process for a moment, is I want you to just kind of think about the fact that so many of you have had your lives ruined by somebody that was hooked on drugs, and yet you quietly sit there and you allow these record labels these people out here that are buying the toxic music, and the people that are supporting this industry, monetizing Black death to continue the culture that led to your devastation and your trauma. You know, if you've ever had a relative that was hooked on drugs or an alcoholic or any of that stuff, it is a terrible, terrible feeling. And they are doing everything they can to make sure that the young guy who's 22 years old, who could become anything, who could do anything with his life, they get him hooked on drugs as early as possible so he turns into another DMX. They're creating, that's what they're doing. They're not just creating them in a one-off capacity anymore. They're mass producing this because that is part of the formula for oppression. Capitalism and all the ways they made money off Black people since the beginning of time is manifesting itself within hip hop, because what they've done is they've monetized Black death and monetized Black trauma. Every time you hear an artist on a song, Jay Morrison brought this up today when I was on his Instagram. He said, every time they say, I'm gonna kill that N-word, right? He said, ask yourself, how often are they allowed to say, I'm gonna kill that Jewish guy, or I'm gonna kill that Asian guy? Are they allowed to say any of that? Or I'm gonna kill that gay dude, right? Are they allowed to say that? No, they take that shit off the radio immediately. They do not market the death of any of those groups of people. They only market your death because your death is profitable, and also because your life does not matter. Don't come to me with that nonsense about Black Lives Mattering, because Black life don't matter to you if you are marketing and monetizing the death of our young people. Seriously, it's ridiculous. It's nonsense. And also, don't come to it. Speak of that Black Lives Matter crap to me, because I'll tell you what, if young Dolph had been shot by a cop, y'all sons of bitches will be protesting in the street right now. Seriously, I'm not just talking to the white people, I'm talking to Black people too. You would be, if he had been shot by a white police officer, you would be out in the street marching and crying and say, oh my God, that winds is gonna stop. Oh my God, this is terrible. I can't take it. What am I gonna do? With your drama queen ass, you'd be out there crying and bawling like crazy if he had been shot by a cop. But because he was shot by somebody in your community, you just like, well, man, that's bad. That's sad. Dang, well, I guess I'm gonna go listen to his music. You know, that's it. There's nothing. Nothing will come out of this. There will be no movement. There will be no stop the violence. There will be nothing. Nothing. I'm telling you, it's Memphis. I follow this stuff. I pay attention. I've been on the Breakfast Club 4 times. So when Young Dolph was on the Breakfast Club, I saw that. I saw what Young Dolph was saying about Yo-Gotti, and I said, this is going to get messy. Because remember, I live in Chicago. They got drill hop, which turns into real death. Real people die from this. This is real. And white media loves the shit out of this. They love it. They love to market it the same way that they made money when they were marketing the Biggie Pac beef that led to Biggie and Pac both being killed. And I thought we learned our lesson. And at the same time, they convinced some of these trifling backward Negroes to dismiss and to hate people like Louis Farrakhan, who is one of the few Black men on this planet that has the capacity to get these rappers to sit down and form a truce and form some sort of way to relate to each other that doesn't involve somebody being dead or somebody's kids growing up without a dad. He's one of the few men that can pull that off. And they got these Negroes on TV rejecting Farrakhan. You should be embracing the one Black man who has the ability to get the respect to get Gotti and Dolph or whoever's beefing, or the drill hop rappers, to sit down at the table and say, you're not my enemy. You're not my enemy. If I live in Chicago, my enemy is not the guy up the block. My enemy, if I live in Chicago, is all those sons of bitches in downtown and on the north side living in these $100 million facilities with $1 billion budgets that are making money off of our death. That somehow they always have the budget to go build a new wing to the white kids' university, or to build some new football, basketball stadium, or whatever. But they ain't never got no money left when it's time to go and fix the hood or provide money for Black-owned businesses that can give jobs to these young guys, so they don't all grow up playing the Squid Games of hip hop, trying to get ahead. The Squid Games where either you gonna get rich or you gonna die, but you might die broke. Right? So it's the Squid Games. That's literally what they got these rappers doing. Everybody that raps can't go make money. It's not possible. You flooded the market. I meet a new rapper every city I go to. There's too many of them. There ain't enough weight. You can't feed every rapper out here. So you're playing the Squid Games. You're jumping into a toxic death culture and trying to outdo the next guy, trying to keep it realer than him. So if he got 2 Glocks, you're gonna pull out an AK. If he got an AK, you're gonna pull out an Uzi. He got an Uzi, you're gonna pull out a Mac 10, right? You're trying to level. He got 20 tattoos, you got 100, right? He got tattoos on his arms and legs, you got tattoos on your face. So you always trying to out gangster all the gangsters. And in China, they have a saying that says, the Chinese have an old saying that says the fattest pig always gets slaughtered. The fattest pig always gets slaughtered. So Tupac, let's go back 20 years. This ain't nothing new. Tupac became the fattest pig. He out-gangstered all the gangsters. He became the most gangster that there was. He out-gangstered the gangsters. He won the Squid Games. And now Tupac did not get the opportunity to live to be an old man because he became the king of the death culture. So I saw Young Dolph's album, and it was called The King of Memphis. And I know that album title alone was going to cause problems because you got other rappers in Memphis. For those of you that don't know, I follow all this. You got Yo Gotti, you got Black Youngster, you got all these guys in Memphis. You have a lot of talent in Memphis. A lot of rappers who say, wait a minute, you ain't the king of nothing. So when that occurs, you naturally get the Squid Games where at some point somebody's life is going to be jeopardized. And so people had tried to take his life before. This time they succeeded. Somebody else's life is going to be taken next. It's never going to stop. And here's the problem. Here's where you stop it. Here's where we challenge this. And then I'm going to move on because I want us to talk about history tonight, but I had to stop and talk about what's happening right now so you can understand what's going on in this world. All this is going to stop when we start challenging the media outlets that are mass promoting Black genocide on the air in a way that they would never do with any other group. You could rap all day on the album about which Black man you're gonna kill next. You can make a whole album saying, if I see you, I'm gonna shoot you. If I see you on bullets on sight. Like you could literally say that in the album. There are rappers who rap that way, who literally say, I'm gonna shoot on sight, right? And there are people, and these albums get 300 million views on YouTube, right? So millions of dollars are made to monetize Black death and Black genocide. So pay attention now. You can say that about a Black man, but you can't even say that about a dog. Like if I see puppies, I'm gonna shoot puppies on sight. I'll shoot your dog. I'll kill you. I'll kill your cat. You can't say that. You can't say that. They'll be all over you. They'll shut you down. They won't allow that on YouTube. They will not allow a video of anybody talking about killing an animal, but they will allow a video of somebody talking about killing a Black man.
Situations and circumstances where men are surrounding each other and to get those men involved in sexuality with.
You're live, brother Doshon.
Yes, okay. I'm sorry, family. Hotep, Black Power family. Doshon Farad standing in tonight for attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Welcome to the Monday night political education class. Tonight we're going to be discussing the political implications or the political impact of the trial of the 3 men who were convicted of killing our brother Ahmad Arbery February of last year. As we know, this trial was one of the many things, I should say his killing was one of the many things that set off a series of protests and rebellion last year. It took place right several weeks before the killing of our brother George Floyd in Minnesota. Of course, brother Ahmad was killed down in Georgia. Many have stated that his killing represents a pandemic of unarmed black people or black folk who haven't done anything wrong being killed by either white law enforcement or white wannabe law enforcement or by vigilantes, such as the case of Brother Ahmad. So I'm waiting right now we're supposed to be speaking with a few guests regarding this subject. And of course, we're going to get right into it and we're going to begin unpacking. We're going to begin unpacking or further unpacking why this continues to take place. We want to know from you tonight, if you believe that these three men who were guilty, two of them were a father and son, the other one were a friend of the family. If you believe that them being found guilty will have any impact on politics, or I should say the way laws are being passed regarding Black people. As we know, several months ago, the Biden administration or President Biden had signed into law the anti-Asian hate bill. And of course, when he first came in office, he also signed a bill that will protect members of the LGBTQ community. But many Black activists have raised concern and have raised outrage that although he said that the Black community had his back, he is yet to do anything specifically for us. For quite some time, the anti-lynching bill has been literally on the Senate floor, but has not been signed into law. So we want to know what is it about Black life that this country doesn't feel that it is worthy of being protected. For those of you who are not keeping up with the case of Ahmad Arbery, the three white men who have been they've been found guilty as of last week, several days ago. They're currently appealing the case. Now, that was a state trial. Very soon, they're going to have to begin defending themselves for the federal trial, because not only did the killing of Ahmad Arbery have state consequences, but it also had federal consequences as well. The hate crime, because anytime you commit a hate crime, that automatically falls under the category of the federal government, and his killing right now is definitely still making headways. Okay, so tonight, along with that, we're going to be discussing the COVID vaccine, or the several vaccines that they're releasing. And of course, for those who may not know, within the Black conscious circles, there has been much concern about this vaccine and Black people. So tonight we actually have one of our experts who's going to be discussing this. He's our brother who's the founder of the Straight Black Pride movement out of Washington, D.C. And for several months, this brother has been doing a series of lectures on the COVID vaccine, its harmful effects that so many people have been speaking on. This brother, we know him as Brother Irritated Genie. So I guess we're going to either speak with him or we're going to plug into his, tonight, he's doing a lecture, as he's been doing for the past several months, bringing attention, exposing the evil effects of the COVID vaccine. So I guess we're going to plug into his program right now, or we're going to speak to him. I think we're plugging in tonight. We're going to be showing him, he's going to be lecturing. We're going to be showing his feed until about 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so let's plug him in now. Black Power. Yes, we're waiting to plug in right now to Irritated Genie's Monday night lecture. He'll be discussing, as he's been discussing for the past several months, the evil consequences of the COVID vaccines that they've been pushing so heavily. As you know, the other day, a new variant of COVID was discovered. They're calling it the Omicron variant, if I'm saying it correctly, which they found in South Africa. And this has prompted several countries, America and other European countries, and Japan, to place a restriction on people from certain countries, from certain African countries, South Africa and Malawi being one of them. Yes, who do we have on? Okay. Yes, we're plugging in right now to Irritated Genie.
Go to the hospital.
Okay, we seem to be having a sound problem right now. We seem to be having a technical problem, but that right now that you just saw, that was Brother Irritated Genie, the founder of the Street Black Pride movement out of Washington, D.C.
I mean, Ebola crisis, gave people AZT during the AIDS crisis, murdering people. We're talking about calculated, organized murder. This is not even hidden. If you look, there's a lot of doctors out there who are out there telling the truth right now, talking about this. This is factual information that you can verify for yourself. And of course, I just put this in here as we take a look to see who's in control. Here you go. Who's in control of the CDC? Walensky. For those that know what that means. Jeffrey Zients, the White House Coronavirus Response Coordinator. Who's controlling everything at this point? There they are. There they are. Y'all see it? I mean, there's no way to hide from it. This is their position. Who are the ones who make all of the jabs and control of the companies that make every shot that you get, every harmful injection that they have out there that's available now? Alex Gorski for Johnson & Johnson. Same group. Leif Johansson for AstraZeneca. Albert Bourla, Chairman and CEO of Pfizer. Stefan Bancel of Moderna. Ginsburg, Sputnik in Russia. The same group of folks that control the media. The same group of folks that overthrow the country here. The same group of folks that run the banking system. The same group of folks that you just saw that control the CDC. The same exact ones right here. Now you see why it's not just Black people that are being targeted. Everybody's being targeted. That's why Australia, they have the people in Australia, they taking the Aborigines and they put them, they kidnapping them and taking them off to the places and doing it. But even the white of Australia must stay in their homes and they gonna come in and jab them as well. In Austria, they doing it even harder in Austria. That's as white as you can get is Austria. In Austria, everybody is mandated to stay in their house, they're gonna come jab you. In other words, you're held prisoner in your home and in your society, and you are mandated, every single citizen of the country must be jabbed. I saw this white female, she said, SOS world, we need help. And I was looking at her and I was reminded of what we've been through as Black people. We've seen this before. They coming in and remember Black Wall Street, remember Rosewood, and you SOS and ain't nobody coming to help. Yes, ma'am.
They got their military marching through the street. And if you caught out in the street, that's it. They marching up and down the street. You can't come outside. You get caught taking out your trash at a certain time.
In what country?
That's in Australia.
Australia. And they doing that in Australia?
They're begging for help. They're begging the United States.
They're begging for help, and you got people in the U.S. saying we need to go help, but not understanding who runs the U.S. now. It's been overthrown. So you're asking the same people that are doing it there and control that region to come over there and help. They're not going to do that from the top. So what we're looking at is, and I would not be alarmist. I'm just telling the truth. There's no reason not to tell the truth now because all of us are facing it. It's not like you can duck this. Somebody's coming to you and say, take this jab. They're coming to your little nephew and saying, take this jab. They're coming to your daughter at 5 years old and saying, you need this little jab, little girl. We're going to move towards what's in the jab. But I just want you to see, I want you to see this one more time. Again, I'm doing this because I think it's critical. We're used to the battlefield where we're the target. I don't think we're used to a battlefield where we're the target and white folks are the target too. And there's a third party. We have not thought on that level for a long time and sophisticatedly to understand. So when that happens, how do we shift our strategy of fighting? I'm not saying we have friends because we don't. We don't have nobody that likes us on this planet. Let me be clear. If we don't like ourselves, nobody likes us. But I'll tell you this though, you got to know the chessboard. So I'm going to play the video right here so you can hear it for yourself. You see, this is a small hat here, giving a thing in his Jewish robe and everything. And he makes this declaration of what their goals are. Y'all ready? Listen for it.
In America today, we have white supremacy. In the Torah, we have Amalek. Amalek is seen as the eternal enemy of our people, whose members found strength by making us suffer. Therefore, when the Lord your God grants you safety from all your enemies around you, and the land that the Lord your God is giving to you as a hereditary portion, You shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. Do not forget. Our rabbinic sages parse these sentences and derive two distinct meanings. Blotting out the memory of Amalek is a military command, literally to destroy Amalek. Now facing today's Amalek, we are reminded that the Torah calls us not just to escape, but to extirpate Amalek. We are commanded to do real and literal battle against it. That means coming off the bench in the fight against white supremacy. It means putting our reputations and our money, our physical bodies on the line. But also so that we are ready to answer people with radically destructive and incoherent versions of history, so that we can counter white supremacists, so that we can counter Amalek and blot them out by retaining on our lives, in our records, their history. By being bearers of history, we can help guide the future. Blotting out Amalek need not merely be about military conquest. Equally important is ideological victory. And nothing could more readily counter white supremacy than a Jewish community proudly helping our Muslim neighbors. There is nothing that undermines a white supremacist worldview more than diverse communities getting along and building together towards the future.
So I want people to see, and if you're not familiar with politics, it may not really resonate with you. But if you are, when have you ever heard of Jews and Arabs organizing collectively to do something? In modern context, when have you heard Arabs and Jews working together?
No.
Who in here understands how far apart those two communities are? They don't work together, right? That's like lions and hyenas jumping together to work together. What's happening here? Again, you see him. He said blotting out Amalek, white supremacy. He said extirpate. Does anyone here know what the word extirpate means? It means to wipe out and exterminate. It means to kill to the last one. They're talking about killing whites and getting Arabs to do it. So now you see him giving a lecture. It's not me. And you see them flying 100,000 of them over there. You see them opening up the borders, coming in, flooding in here. Why am I harping on this part? This is the part we need to understand, because they're actually a small, tiny minority of people on this planet that have targeted different groups for destruction at the same time. Why are they focused on the whites? Because the whites in America have one thing that no other group around this planet has that scares them half to death. Who knows what that answer is? What do they have? Right. You have no other place on the planet where the citizens are armed at the level that the whites in America are. So if the whites in America wake up to what they're trying to do to them, they're gonna be in a lot of trouble. We're in a lot of trouble. But the problem is, these folks that are controlling the media, who do they like to keep always fighting? Say it out, come on. Right, so they keep us fighting. Always keep us fighting and use anything that happens that they can to intensify us fighting so that they can do what? They can wipe all of us out at the same time. So it's very intricately woven, and I'm gonna move forward just so, because I want people to really see what's in here. So I'm gonna just show these. I see people getting a little restless. It's tired. I know it's late this evening. All right, good. I'm gonna show a couple of videos because I'm gonna show 3 videos in a row, then I'll be talking. These are critical. If you wanna know, should I take this? I'm not even gonna explain, in the lecture, I explain how this happened. I'm not even gonna go through that because most of us have a sense of it. Here are the things you need to know when asked, should I take this shot? The first thing, listen to these words well. I'm not making this up, and it's not rhetoric. With every shot that you take, these injections that they call it vaccines, you are acquiring immune deficiency. Let me say it again. With every shot that you take, that they're calling a vaccine, which it is not a vaccine, they're harmful injections, your natural immune system, white T cells, your killer T cells, the ones that kill cancer cells, your front line of your immune system, you're killing it. You're allowing it to be killed. You are acquiring immune deficiency. What does that sound like?
AIDS.
These are AIDS shots. Yes, sir.
And they tell you that on TV, but it goes on people's heads.
What do they say on TV?
They tell you that it's a immune deficiency. They just leave off the F. They call it acquired immune deficiency. And I work at a health department, and these people still don't get it.
He said he works at the health department, and people are talking about the fact that you're acquiring immune deficiency.
I'm like, it's AIDS. I'm like, what do you think AIDS is? And then they have that blank stare like, well, have you taken it? I got to be here 12 months. If I ain't taking it then, I ain't taking it now.
That's right. Let's clap it up. The brother said, I'm not taking it.
Right.
But I want people to understand this. We're moving into a different world. Usually they hide things. Now they've gotten into a period where they have people so conditioned to insanity that they tell you what they're doing, but they think that people are so dumb and people are so in such a trance watching the television and mainstream media. They say it so often that cognitive cognitive conditioning tells you what they're saying is true. Most people, a lot of people can't shape the reality. But listen, they tell you, we're going to give you a shot. It's not going to stop you from catching the disease. Am I correct? Do they tell you that?
Right, right.
Do they tell you that before you take the injection? It won't stop you from catching it. It won't stop you from spreading it. Do they tell you that?
Yeah.
All right. Right. But here's the scary part, though. The term medicine has many different ways you can use that. You can say, hey, I was sick, I took some medicine. Or you can say, hey, I didn't know what I was doing. I was thinking one way, somebody told me something, man, that was medicine for my mind. Because it healed the way you was thinking. There's a lot of ways you can use the term medicine. Ain't no two ways to use vaccine. There's only one definition for vaccine. It's a very limited word. It only means one thing. If I put this in you, it gives you immunity against some disease.
Yes.
When they tell you it's not going to stop you from getting a disease, by definition, they're telling you this is not a vaccine.
Yes.
That's what that means. It's not a vaccine. But then they lie to you and call it a vaccine. But it's not a vaccine. They tell you that it's not going to stop you from catching disease. It's not going to stop you from spreading. Then after you go and get it, they tell you, oh, well, that one ran out. You got to come get a booster. How do you boost something that provides me immunity against? I don't need to boost it. I'm immune to it. Unless it's not a vaccine.
It don't make sense.
Make it make sense, you know.
Well, it doesn't make sense if you believe what they're telling you.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't make sense if you believe it to be a vaccine because they just told you it's not a vaccine. So then if it doesn't make sense that way, then what? Let me ask you the question. What would make sense? Someone who hasn't seen this discussion already. Okay, if it's not a vaccine, look, how many people can agree? Because again, there's a trick question. They tell you it doesn't stop you from catching it, nor does it stop you from spreading it. So by definition, it's not a vaccine.
Right.
So how many people here agree none of these shots are vaccines? You see your hands high? All right. So then stop. If it's not a vaccine, then what is it?
And then with the vaccine.
What? I'm asking a question. Wait, I'm asking. No, you can speak. I just want. If it's not a vaccine,
I say it's a bio.
okay, so you know what it is, though. You already know. Right? You know. But I mean, let's just keep it on a simplistic level. I mean, you're correct. It is bio, but just on a very simplistic level.
Poison.
If you take in this shot and it doesn't stop you from getting this, what is the shot? So you say it's something that's experimental. It's an experiment. I like that because that's what you said is that somebody's experimenting. So then for what purpose? A real-time experimental drug for what purpose? Say it again. You see, it's a depopulation drug. Well, let's see if we think that. I'm going to show you a video. This is not me talking. These are the scientists and doctors. The first one that you're going to hear, he wasn't intending to share this to say that this is bad. He was just reporting what he was finding. He's going to come back and say, it's not as bad as what people are saying it, but he's the one that reported it. His job is to look at your cells after you've taken the shot and examine your immune system. That's his job. When he shared this information, he wasn't snitching. He was just sharing what he found and didn't know that people would find it and tell people and use it to tell people, wait a minute, this is killing people's immune system. I'm going to show you 3 doctors, just so you can see. I'm going to play the clip. These are the doctors, not me. The scientists and the doctors telling you, when you take these shots, what they do to people's immune system.
Message from our finding is that we found that recipients of the Pfizer vaccine, those who've had 2 doses, have about 5 to 6-fold lower amounts of neutralizing antibodies. Now, these are the sort of gold standard private security antibodies of your immune system, which block the virus from getting into your cells in the first place. So we found that that's less for people with 2 doses. We've also found that for people with only 1 dose of the Pfizer jab, that they're less likely to have high levels of these antibodies in their blood.
I'm a registered nurse, ESN, case manager in Baltimore. My grassroots, boots on the ground report is that there's a lot of patients being injured. I've never seen anything like this. Since January, I've experienced personally 6 deaths. And I've lost count of the injuries. And we're not talking about typical adverse events like fevers, chills, sore muscles. I'm talking about things like urinating clots of blood, paresthesias, gastroparesis, altered mental status, respiratory arrest, cardiac arrest, new onset seizures, new onset diabetes. I have patients who can't walk anymore, patients who keep complaining that their feet and their hands are burning. They forget where they are. I've just never seen anything like this in all my years of practicing medicine.
What we're seeing in the laboratory is the shots dysregulate your immune response. We have very important cells that keep other viruses in check, that keep cancers in check. There's a type of cell called a CD8 killer T cell. Well, there's a study out of Germany and the Netherlands that showed a shifted immune profile. And at the end, their conclusion was, we see a concerning pattern of the cells we normally need to fight off these other things. But the answer is, we don't know for how long that shifted pattern lasts. And I'm an pathologist, so we see this in the laboratory, and I'm seeing the early signal. Well, guess what else that CD8 cell does? And some receptors on some of these T cells called toll-like receptors, and there's a certain pattern of them. They keep cancer in check. I have seen a 10 to 20-fold increase of uterine cancer in the last 6 months in my laboratory.
And the blood has been crystallized with radiation and chemical poisoning. And so what you're looking at here is you're looking at the clotted blood prior to death, but after inoculation.
I'm gonna say this again. I see some young people in here. In 150 billion years, I don't care what anybody tells you, even if you have to lie and say you did, I don't care what you do not take these shots. Because I don't have time to get into all of it, but what they're putting in these shots, I'm gonna show you. Some of it travels directly to the ovaries or to the testes. And what the doctors are saying, this ain't coming from me, is that it's gonna make young people sterile. Just anybody sterile, but it's gonna be sterilizing people. So do not take these shots, particularly, and then the younger you are, the more you're likely to get what's called myocarditis and pericarditis. These are heart conditions. The young people, not just young people, athletes, it's thousands of people dying around the world from this stuff.
Dropping like flies.
They just dropping. And we've seen the videos, but you can't see any of this stuff because they won't show it on the mainstream media. Yes, ma'am.
A couple of people I know, when a young lady, I told you on her job that I do, they pushing it, right? They keep telling me, oh, when you gonna go? What's gonna be your date? I said, oh, you gotta make a date to get the shot. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, I just hold on, let you get my hours, get my money. I'm out of here, you feel me? So the young lady, 26 years old, she went. And she said she's not getting the second shot. She said, I'm gonna tell you something. She said, I haven't had my cycle in 4 months. She said, I don't know what's going on. The other lady, when it just said make your feet burn, one of my friends got the shot and she's like, I gotta go to the hospital. I said, well, she said, for some reason my feet keep burning. And he just said it up there. But you know what? I kept telling him, don't get it. But what you gonna do when the job ends? I tell you what, I'm gonna make a way. I'm not getting something to me. And I'm not ashamed to say it. I make what, $19.29 an hour? You think think I'm gonna let you put something in my body for $19.29? That's gonna last. Here you got athletes missing out on millions. You don't think that you're intelligent enough to rise above that? They've been trying to kill us for years. So why do you think they're not gonna do it now? And people just study and I go at it with them and they keep coming for me with it. And I'm like, well, if you got a shot, you should be fine. Because if you got the shot, you shouldn't worry about me getting a shot. Let me kill all night.
I don't get it.
So it's common sense. If you still wearing the mask and get sick, you got this girl that her nose running and it keeps running. And she don't know why it keeps running.
Right. This is what happens. What y'all saying is correct. But just to be clear, this is what's happening. It's gonna hurt when I say it, but we all know what's happening. This is what's happening. This is not about thinking. No, the people that are saying that, they're not thinking.
Right.
They're watching that. And
Yeah.
then I call it Negro keys. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but like when it first came out, Anthony Fauci said, oh, don't wear a mask, it doesn't make sense. Ah, don't wear a mask, I'm not wearing a mask. They came back and said, oh, you gotta wear a mask. 3 or 4 men, where's the mask? I got my mask. You want your mask? Because you want your mask. Whatever the media says, they said in the beginning, do y'all remember this? No, once you take these, you don't have to take no more shots, then you'll be immune.
Yes.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Now it's like, once you take your booster, you will take your booster, then everything will be okay. Get back to normal. If you would just take your booster. Now it's, well, we don't know how many of these shots we're going to take, but if everybody just get their shots, we get back to normal.
That's cool.
And now, am I wrong if I'm saying this? I think, y'all tell me. I think that the people who were extremely hostile in the past, are they starting to slow down their hostility now? Because they starting to slowly realize that they're not as bright as they thought they were. Is there a little bit of virus regret? Am I right or wrong? You tell me.
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Some of them not. So she's saying some of them still just
Because
100% in.
some people, I know some people, they feel so guilty for taking this shot that anything can just set them off. Anything can set them off. But then some of my cousins, it's just like, and they was rough. They was in the street. It's just like, no, man, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing it. You know, so it depends on, I guess, their journey that they've been going
I think what has to happen, this room here, we have, it's a nice room, we're going Monday night. The young people and us, we got to get the word out, because what I'm starting to notice is, in places where I go in now without my mask, I hate wearing masks. I can't even remember no more. Even around here though, when I go in, people look at me. Before when I used to do it, you gotta get your mask, and yelling at you like, it ain't like that now.
Right.
Like they looking at you, and it's almost, and I can't speak for them. I'm just saying my thing. I'm about to show you what's in these jabs, but I just want to say, my sense is kind of in a slow motion kind of way. You know how you look at somebody that's brave and ain't afraid of the bully?
Yep.
And you look at them and say, you know, you don't want to say too much, but you're looking at them and you don't want to fight with them because you're like, can I really stand up to the bully? And they're looking at you walking around unafraid without your mask, going to do what you're doing. And I think they're slowly starting to ask themselves, am I going to run somebody out of my own establishment paying money because they're not wearing a mask and they look like they're in perfectly good shape, and I'm back here not wearing a mask half the time as well? I think it's starting to slowly dissipate. Yeah. The only problem is, because people still tune into that, once that dissipates, they bring up something. The Omicron is here. Yeah. The moronic is here, you know?
Yeah.
The Omicron, I was almost out of it, but now it's Omicron. That's a big deal. So I'm going to show this next video. Now, yeah.
They said, well, those that already got the shot, your Omicron shot will be ready next year. You got how many shots? So they did. They said this morning, I think the TV on the wall, the Omicron will be ready next year.
So they got boosters. Boosters got boosters.
Yeah. So Deltas, no more Deltas.
Delta got a booster called Omicron. It's like extended family. My Delta got a booster named Omicron. You understand? Oh yeah, now it's coming out of Africa. So now black people in Africa can't travel to or from Africa.
Yeah.
But ain't nobody in Africa dying from it. But now, since Omicron's in Africa, I guess they're gonna really have to rush and now mass export these shots to Africa, because we're not taking the shots, and make sure black people in Africa gotta get the shots. What y'all think?
That's,
I mean, brothers and sisters.
first they were saying the mystical, there was a mystery why, I don't know what country it was, but I know it was in Africa. And
The whole continent.
yeah,
South Africa.
it said there was a mystery because they wasn't getting sick. And so then
discrimination. We don't want to discriminate against.
Oh, they don't want to discriminate against black people, so they got to make sure that the black people who are not dying from it in Africa get these same shots. Now look, I want to remember now what she's saying. The doctors are telling us and the scientists that when you get the shots, your natural immune system is depleting, which means that's why we're seeing all these people who got their shots. Colin Powell, where he at? Get out of here. You're depleting and destroying your natural immune system. So it doesn't matter if it's whatever can come into your system and do harm to you because you can't defend yourself against almost anything. And with each shot, you lose more and more of your immune system. Yes, sir.
Do you have these studies on what areas get like the placebo and who doesn't? That's always been in my mind.
There was one doctor, she came out of a foreign country. It's not Germany, it's a foreign country. I can't remember, she's white. She came from the inside and said, let me show you what these are. She said there are 3 shots. One of them is labeled 1, one of them is labeled 2, one of them is labeled 3. 1 is the placebo.
Right.
This is what all of the people in the state government got.
Right.
It means it's just saline, it doesn't do any harm.
Right.
Number 2, I think, was the mRNA one. So now they're getting the monster in you. I'm gonna show you what that is in a second. And then 3 is the death shot. People that are getting number 3, certain shots, they're coming up with certain lots that they ask you which lot it is. That's why they want to know what lot you got, and they're logging that in. Certain lots, the 3rd lot, that one's where you see all these people that are dying. So basically what they're doing, like he said, it's a test thing. They're saying, okay, how much of this can they take? How many of these people get it? If we give them this shot, what is the result? We give them this shot, what is the result? What is this result? So what happens is a lot of people, because they didn't, they got the shot and they feel good. Like, I got my first shot, I feel great. How many times you play Russian roulette? Because they didn't give everybody the death shot the first time.
Right.
I'm not back there, so I can't tell you exactly how they're doing it. I don't know which shots are which. I know ain't none of it healthy. Not one of those shots are good for you. Not one of them is made to help you. Now I'm gonna show you now the science that exists. This is not, again, this is 2018. So this is important for me to tell you this date. This is the military, it's one of the most prominent military colleges in this country. It's called West Point. How many people here have heard of West Point? This is 2018. This is before this situation. This is Charles Morgan. He was called in by the War Institute group at West Point to discuss modern military strategies and warfare. How is warfare going to be waged in the modern? This was 2018. I only put 5 minutes of a 50-minute clip, but you'll get the point. Listen to this. Then I'm going to show you the last video, which is the one you really need because it's going to show you what's in there. But you need a basis to understand what they're trying to do. Otherwise, I'd sound like a quack tinfoil hat. This is not a tinfoil hat, the guy I'm about to show you. His job is studying modern military warfare. He knows the people who are architecting it. He works for them. He's doing this at a military college for the cadets. Y'all ready? Let me skip past that. I already talked about that.
So what you see is people struggled with how to get the electrodes on the surface of the brain, how to do the brain learning. The computer algorithms have improved. They're playing with motor function and linking it to thought. So the next step, really, when you think about it, was to simultaneously try it with another non-human animal and find out if she could run a robot on the other side of the planet. The natural segue then would be, if I can send motor function from a brain to a mechanical arm, is it possible to send motor functions from one human to another human? So I call it the possession experiment.
Yes, it works more or less like this. A person is sitting on a chair, and we put the person on the first brain or the sender, and is connected to an EEG cap. The EEG cap detects electrical activity all around the brain and is capable of recognizing when the brain patterns are those that a person produces when he's trying to move the right hand or is thinking about moving the right hand. These brain patterns are kept by a computer that controls a second computer that's connected over the internet, and the second computer controls a stimulating coil that produces a magnetic field. And it's a magnetic field that is eventually directed over the head in such a way as to reproduce a particular command in a selected part of the brain. In this case, the part of the brain that controls the right hand. The wireless connection enters only in the communication between the two computers. The two computers can be in the same room and connected physically, or they can be in any part of the world and talking to each other through the internet.
But the person on the receiving end described the sensation as rather odd. Said, I didn't know anything until I saw my hand beginning to move. But the really fun part was that you're taking over somebody else's physical body with the mind of another human. You say, wow, they're getting brains connected to run things. And I have to begin to think either like doctors or like security and intelligence people, right? Can you actually send and receive sensory information like the Matrix? The short answer is yes.
We were able to transmit brain-derived information from one breath to another.
This was actually having one animal learn something and seeing and recording that activity and put it into the sensory cortex of the second animal, and that animal acquires the knowledge. It is able to act on the knowledge from the experience for something it has not ever done. So you can attach one human brain to a device. You can attach the human brain to another human brain. You can direct motor activity, or you can send communication and information. But Dr. Ventnor's work is, my view, the equivalent of the development of nuclear weapons when you realize that he created life in a cell back in 2010. What he did is he programmed yeast cells to produce anything he wanted. They can produce perfume, they can produce petroleum, they can produce any peptide, anything we program the DNA to do, and it's in the living cell. These can be inserted into you through the hypospray needle spray. It just blasts now plasmids into your squamous cells. But you can engineer anything. You can engineer a unique thing that would only kill one person in the world. It's how it's done. You put in a specific gene slicing, you program what you like, you put it in the cell, and it can reproduce and make as much as you like. Related to this is an idea called dreads. These are designer receptors that can be remotely controlled. So think about it for a moment. You can create a designer receptor, you can create a cell, you can put it somewhere in the body, and you can remotely activate it when the brain is exposed to the right signal. Using this technology, people have been able to transfer memories from one fruit fly to another by signaling through a light stimulus into the retina. Right now, in most animals, it's done by putting a substance into the body that will actually activate the neuron in the way that you want it. So you have the capacity to create any product, as long as you know the DNA sequence. You can insert it into a living system, and you can remotely control it. These stem cells are cells, they're called God cells. They can turn into anything. They hold the potential, unlike other cells in your body, to become anything you want them to become. And they can go find their home in the body and park there and do the work that you'd like them to do. You can infuse them, and they will find their way into the brain. So once you know that the technology is there to edit, splice, and program a cell, and the technology currently exists to administer it to somebody and have it go park anywhere you program it to go park, proliferate, and do its function, you can have things activated in other people's brains. So between CRISPR, the storage capacity, and programming cells, the new way to hide information is going to be in DNA. But this is the first experiment showing what imagery you can hide in bacteria. This is the latest. It's a GIF file. It was actually programmed into the DNA of bacteria last year. The bacteria reproduce, and the offspring from the reproduction cycle would still produce this movie. It's a very active development in the field to figure out, can we erase memory? Can we modify memory? Can we change memory? Short answer is yes.
So Now I understand. This is,
Now,
they knew what they were doing. This was all good.
remember, this is 2018. This is not somebody coming up now. Before any of this stuff was happening, he's saying this is the science that we have available. In a nutshell, because you heard him, I don't need to repeat it. They have the technology. If they put something in your body, through the science, it's not like speculative, it's not a movie. They actually have the science where if you allow them to put something in you, they can now remotely attach to that and make stuff happen in your body. So the key for us to remember with this in 2018 is they have to put something in you in order for that to happen. See, we gotta remember that. This don't happen, you can't be walking down the street making magic, it don't work that way. They have to infuse something into your body to give them the capacity to control anything that's going on with your organs in your body. Is everybody with me?
Yes.
So now, we saw in 2018 where he was just randomly discussing the technology that already exists. Now, I'm gonna get to this, then after this, we'll just have a dialogue. I'm gonna show you what's in it. Y'all ready? Yes. You sure?
Yeah.
Now we're gonna show you what's actually, when they put this stuff in people's bodies, the different stuff that they're injecting into people. This is the kind of psychopathic, genocidal program that we're actually witnessing before our eyes.
Mama, don't take the vaccine. Papa, don't take the vaccine. Don't take the vaccine. Don't take the vaccine. Don't take the vaccine.
Recently, researchers in Spain analyzed COVID-19 vaccination samples, and what they found was shocking. All of the samples contain a compound by the name of graphene oxide, with some of the samples containing very high amounts. According to grapheneinfo.com, graphene is a one-atom thick layer of carbon atoms arranged in a hexagonal lattice that looks similar to a honeycomb. It's so thin that it has two-dimensional properties and so small that it's a nanoparticle, and yet it's 200 times stronger than steel and an excellent conductor of heat and electricity.
It's virtually 99.99% graphene oxide. And when they start to penetrate your cells, which they have a lipid nanoparticle that pushes them into your cells, you get oxidative stress. It destroys literally everything inside the cell.
Graphene oxide and iron oxide, these are being picked up in all of the vaccines. And when it gets into the blood, it acts like a magnet, a tubule of graphene oxide. And look what it does. It acts just like a magnet. It literally attracts the blood, clots the blood. And this is the problem. But, you know, some of the smaller particulates will be taken up by the red blood cells. So when you look at this last picture, this is graphene oxide that's been adsorbed and absorbed into the body of the cell.
Oh my God.
They're literally engulfed with the poison that crystallizes them, that causes them to crack.
Teslephoresis is, the simplest way to understand it is self-assembly at a distance, just long distance assembly of materials. And what we did was, because we're at Rice, we had plenty of nanotubes around, so we decided to use nanotubes. And what we discovered was that these nanotubes can actually string together and form wires by themselves under this electric field.
So what we were witnessing over time under the microscope was something called Teslephoresis. Have you heard of that? So what that means is that you can put all these little tiny like beads, let's say, that have the potential to make your own wiring in the body. And what you do is you just have an external magnetic force or another kind of electric force, let's say, or frequency, and they will start to form and coalesce into a string-like spider web all by themselves. So you just have to put the junk in somewhere, turn on a frequency, and voila, it starts to make its own neural network, a string-like consistency. We were seeing it here inside of this vial, starting to coalesce, starting to form structures.
They were self-assembling, which was very strange. And so I did one at a lower magnification, and then I did one at a higher magnification. And now we're looking at the discs. And really, if anyone can explain what what this is?
Let's look at the M-Blocks self-assembling modular robots. This is sort of a baby step where they started to program matter, large hunks of matter, cubes, to self-assemble. So you get the idea. Basically, by putting these sensors on larger pieces of matter, they were able to control them through software to make them seek out other sensors and move toward them. Then they moved on to Cadam cylindrical prototypes because they could move in more directions than just a block. They moved more easily, they rolled more easily, and they could put more sensors on them. Then the next logical step was spheres because they can move and roll and connect very easily, and you can cover them with sensors. So that's what they did. Then the next logical step was to go smaller, much smaller. So these are cadams, computerized atoms.
And this I did by not covering the vial. I actually just put a droplet and I put it under my microscope without covering it. And I think that's when maybe other people will start to see these type of structures as well.
And as time went on, over 2 hours, colors appeared, which I'd never seen anything like this. It was a brilliant, like blue and royal purple and yellow and sometimes green. A superconducting material can do that with white light being emitted to it. Okay, a superconducting material would be something like an injectable computing system. Anyhow, these fibers were appearing more and more. Some of the fibers had a little cube structure on them. I'm not sure what that was. And also metallic fragments were in there. They were not metallic fragments I'm used to seeing, and were exotic. They're very opaque.
These are iridescent silicon-like wafers. If they pile on top of each other, they can make their own circuitry boards. This is very similar to some ectoderm of a parasite. I mean, we could go on and on, parasite after parasite looking. Is this why ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are so banned from everybody? Right? Now we know. Every time we added a drop of the injection from the Pfizer vial, this organism formed, which looked just like the coronavirus. You know what? It wasn't in the vial by itself. It wasn't in the blood. Only when the blood and the injection, or sorry, the contents of the vial hit together, that formed. I want to hypothesize that this structure they're calling the coronavirus is inside these vials.
And then there was one particular, I'd say, object or organism, I'm not sure what to call it, that had tentacles coming from it. And it was able to lift itself up off of the cover, I'm sorry, off of the glass slide.
It was alive? Like the thing was alive?
It appeared to, yeah, it appeared to be self-aware or be able to grow or move in space. I mean, all I can tell you is this is not something they taught us in medical school. We both thought, wow, this almost appears like it's self-aware, like it knows we're watching it. It's just an intuition, a feeling of mine, but it was very upsetting.
Well, if you look at the organism Hydra vulgaris, it is one of the model organisms that many of the transhumanists like to study and look at. They feel that this is an amazing organism for humanity. Because it's immortal in the lab setting at least. It continuously produces its own stem cells. It never stops, and it can make itself innumerable times. You can chop it up into little bits, put it in a petri dish. It forms itself again and again and again. It can, chop one of its tentacles off and makes a new one. It's over and over. Well, they're thinking, well, wouldn't this be great if we could put this inside of a human body's genome? If these organisms were able to keep growing, because they're obviously in the vials, if they're able to keep growing in a body, well, let's surmise that they could make their own neural network, their own outside of yours. This is not good. That means its own communication system. So let's say if it's got its own communication system, something outward could affect it, like an impulse, a frequency, something from 5G, a light, a magnet, right?
These things, when they are in contact with graphene, they started to multiply into multiple multiple of these creatures or whatever they are.
You're telling me that inside of these injections, these so-called vaccines, there are eggs that when introduced to the graphene become birthing mechanisms, and out from these eggs sprouts this one-headed, three-tailed, self-aware aluminum parasite.
Aluminum, carbon, and bromine were the chemical compositions he got.
And this thing is alive.
It's very interesting that you asked me, is it alive? You're talking about carbon is an organic material. Aluminum is not. This is a combination of a sort of metallic, carbon. I don't know where it gets its ability to multiply. They're preparing a preparation right now, these companies, of an inhalant version of this quote, vaccine. And God help us, Stu, because it's more potent. It goes right into the lungs and it creates a pulmonary storm of pneumonia right away. And you're going to see, if they get this into emergency use authorization, you're going to start seeing respiratory flash pneumonias and rapid deaths.
And nobody will associate it or tie it to this vaccine.
So what you're looking at here is you're looking at the clotted blood prior to death, but after inoculation.
So I'm gonna say this last thing and then we're gonna talk. Last thing, I'm gonna ask a question that we can talk. And hi to all the Black Panther Party brothers and sisters out there. Hope y'all tuning in. Hope this is good information. It's helping. I'm just saying this. Last thing I'll say, it's no place for anybody to go. Everybody has to fight. You're gonna fight now, you're gonna fight later. Because now they're publicly saying it. And once they say that they're thinking about doing it, it means they're already doing it.
Right.
They're now talking publicly. This is not hidden. Well, you know what? Some people don't want to take it. Instead of making a person have to take a shot, we'll just grow lettuce that has the vaccine in the lettuce. So you see here, scientists want to grow COVID mRNA vaccine lettuce. So we're just gonna put it in the lettuce. So when they eat their salad, they'll get the vaccine. They don't have to go to the doctor to get it or anything like that. So in other words, they trying to put that monster in everybody, because we've seen through Dr. Morgan what they want to do, and now we've seen the stuff. And if you put those two pieces together, it takes some time. That's why I would advise people when the video comes out to get it, you almost got to study it. When you see what he's saying in 2018 that they're trying to do, then you look at what the scientists are saying is in it, and you put the two together. This is scary.
Yes.
Now you understand why people are getting blood clots and dying. Well, you just seen what the doctor said it is. It's a magnet and it's pulling all of the blood cells together. But the scary part is when he talked about they have things that neurons that can go up to your neural cavity. And see, the thing is about this graphene oxide, the thing is, imagine something 20 times stronger, 200 times stronger than steel.
Yeah, that's some power.
Okay, steel is what the beams that hold up the Twin Towers before they get blown up. I'm saying like hold up buildings.
Right.
Buildings are held up with steel beams. This is 200 times stronger. It's just microscopic portions they're putting in people. And it is great for working with the brain and neurosis, and it creates electromagnetic fields, which means what? You got something that's super strong swimming inside of you. They have these 5G towers out there. I didn't believe none of that weirdo stuff. People saying this 5G stuff, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't believe none. I get it, man. Yeah, put these things up there. How many people was like me? Like, you don't want to hear this crazy stuff. Y'all talking about this 5G stuff. Look, bro,
I can't put it up this time.
I know. You don't have to believe it. I ain't a belief now. Yeah. We're telling you, like, we now know what's in the stuff. We now can see what they're doing. They're not even hiding it. If you go to Moderna's website, it says on the website, we're injecting an operating system into people. It's like an operating system. Tal Zaks, when he did his discussion, What did he say? I mean, he said we can now go in. It's like an operating system and putting in some lines of code. We can put in whatever code we want to once we get this MRA in. This is the chief medical officer for Moderna. Like none of this is speculative. It's just we haven't had this conversation to eliminate all this confusion. So let me be clear on this, then I want to go to question and answers. First of all, I want to be asked this question. Was this beneficial conversation? Who in here this helped you understand what's going on? I want to be honest, but I will raise my hand first. Who in here is kind of scary? You saw this kind of scary. It's like, this is scary. All right, this is scary, right? Like, it was scary to me. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when I saw it, I didn't even want to do this. But I'm like, you gotta do it. You can't know what's going on and not share it with people, because who in here saw this and you're more determined that you're not going to get a shot now after what you just saw than you were before you came in here? You're like, I'm even more. I wasn't going to do it anyway, but I'm more determined. Okay. Who believes that if we take this message, what you heard here today, around the country, that it will affect people and more people will say, we're not taking this, and people will start resisting at a higher level?
Yes.
I want to ask young people, how old are you? 21, how old are you, sir? 20, young lady. 20. So we got 20-year-olds and a 21-year-old. Y'all need to help me. I'm an old dude. I can't tell. Y'all know what young people are. If young people hear this, how are they going to respond? So a lot of young people got it already. The ones that got it already, would they go take another shot in the booster if they saw this?
No, they should.
I would say some would.
Some would.
A lot of people ignorant and they young.
So even if they saw it, it wouldn't move.
A lot of people I know, they react. They want to die anyway. So that's how they react.
Oh, wow.
They seek no knowledge and no anything. They just live in life for no purpose.
So you think if they saw something like this, even seeing it, you say some of them wouldn't move?
I say some of them would.
Okay. What do you think? I'm gonna ask the young people. I'm sorry, I'm gonna come to everybody, but I want to hear from the young people because they hear it. What do you think it would take if this wouldn't do it? What would it take for young people to realize this is really targeted at you, and that this is dangerous and harmful? What would they have to see or hear? Yes.
They would have to live it. They would have to go do it to be able to be hard-headed. We stiff-necked. We ain't going to just understand, take heed.
So what would make you stiff-necked in reverse? In other words, if you're stiff-necked as young people, what would make y'all stiff-necked against it as opposed to stiff-necked to want to do it? Hold on, no, I'm asking young people. You're not a young person. Why you raise your hand? I'm asking young people. What would make, help us out? Because what we're trying to save a race of people here. We're trying to save everybody. So we got to figure out how to get the message to young people. You said this moved you, but y'all, I guess y'all are here. Y'all probably you haven't taken it, so you probably didn't want to take it anyway. Y'all been feeling like this anyway, so this is reinforcement for you. The question is, for young people, if you're saying that young people are rebellious, why aren't they rebelling against taking it?
I feel like a family plays a big part in it too, because like a lot of people look up to their family for answers, and that's like they got a hold on that too. They see their grandmother getting it, their aunt getting it. If they getting it, why not get it?
See, here's the thing. I'm liking it, but here's the difference. What you're saying is, it's not rebellion. It's following the course what everybody else is doing. You're saying young people are rebellion. So it's like they will rebel against this, but they would get it because the rest of their family, they're not rebelling against that. How do we get the rebellion to be against doing this thing? You young, tell us. I probably should know, but I don't.
You have to get somebody they follow. You have to get people that they follow.
Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, you have to get people that influence them to get them to understand what's going on.
So if the basketball player is Kyrie Irving, when he's saying that's somebody that make people say, yeah, I don't want to get it either. Kyrie not getting it.
The fact that what Kyrie's going through right now, how he's not getting it, how he's not playing the league and all that, there's a lot of people around my age who's looking at it like, Kyrie is like one of the greatest out here. Why he's not getting it? They already was persuaded to get it, but now since he's not getting it, they're like, hold up, it was really in this for him.
Okay, so you're saying this is one thing, but hearing it from Kyrie and people like that's what mean more to them.
Looking at a video like we were just watching, somebody in my age, me, obviously being my age, being around other people like you know what I'm saying, being in my age or whatever, they're not gonna watch like a video like that because they're gonna think, oh, I'm in school, this is boring, stuff like that. But it gotta relate to them at a level that they can handle, and from somebody that they actually look up to and actually be inspired by.
It also has to be someone that's not on the background because we've seen Nicki Minaj speak up on Twitter and she kind of retracted.
Did she, or did they just get rid of her?
They had her come to the White House or call her on the White House.
Oh, she did go?
So, right, there was nothing else that
I
she
mean,
didn't follow through, she didn't continue.
well, a lot of them
So
scared.
you have to find people that's gonna continuously stay on there.
Hotep Black Power family, we just finished listening to the founder of the Straight Black Pride movement, Irritated Genie, doing one of his, the past several months, he's been doing a series of lectures on COVID, the COVID vaccine in particular. And he had actually brought out some information that's considered to be new to many people. Keep in mind that within the conscious community, there are several, if you would, several vaccine experts who have actually come to light. And I would have to say, in my opinion, Irritated Genie and Rizza Islam have been the top two. And right after that, Dr. Ali Muhammad, who used to be the National Minister of Health for the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. These three brothers, since last year, have been doing a series of lectures on air, open to the public, exposing the dangers of the vaccines that have been introduced. And so we, of course, you know, the Straight Black Pride movement are affiliated with the War on the Horizon. You can check out their website, War on the Horizon, and they're always inviting people every week to watch their lectures, giving out information. Okay, we're getting ready to be joined by, first of all, making sure that my guest is here. We're getting ready to be joined. For those of you who are just now tuning in, I'm Doshon Farad. I'm a reporter, journalist for YourBlackWorld.com. I'm also affiliated with the DC chapter of the Movement for Black Power, which is headed by attorney Dr. AME Jenkins. And so we're getting ready to be joined by member Black, I'm sorry, whoever that is, can you please mute your phone? I'm trying to do the broadcast. Thank you. Please mute your phone. That's a little bit disturbing. Please mute your phone. Can you, hello? Can you please mute your phone, whoever that is? Thank you. Okay, I guess they're not hearing me. Misty, can you please mute your phone, beloved? Misty, can you please mute your phone? We're going to be joined momentarily by the Black Lives Matter 757 member Jafari Jones, who is currently in Brunswick, Georgia, where the trial for the three white men was held. There was a trial held. They killed our brother last year, Brother Ahmad, Arbery, and they were found guilty last week. So next step is sentencing, but also that was just a state trial. The next trial that they have to prepare for is a federal trial, because when they killed Ahmad Arbery, along with that, they had to face state charges, but they also had to face federal charges, federal hate crime, because they targeted him because he was a Black man. Once you target someone based on their race or some other particular identity, that falls under the category of hate crime. So we're going to be speaking with Jafari Jones momentarily, who is currently on the ground in Brunswick, Georgia, where the trial was held, and it ended last week when the three white men were found guilty. And of course, they're awaiting sentencing, but they're also awaiting a federal trial. And so tonight, what we want to do, when Jafari gets here, we want to speak with him about what he feels are the political impact, the social impact that this trial will have on, that it will have in America. Pardon me, a little bit noisy in the background. And so hopefully he'll be joining us momentarily. For those of you who may not remember, last year when Brother Ahmad was killed, February of last year, it was several months before George Floyd was killed, and there were a few other killings aside with that. His killing had helped spark off the protests that took place all last spring and all last summer. Of course, many of them have died down. And we're going to be speaking tonight, like I said, with our brother Jafari. Many people would like to know what is the step further. Should we be excited? Charles Blow, journalist Charles Blow, he's an anchor at the Black News Network, but he's been a writer for quite some time. I believe he writes for the New York Times. He wrote an article recently. He had explained from his perspective that we shouldn't be celebrating the trial of these three white men as a victory. He said we shouldn't be celebrating them at all. He said that what happened in this trial is what was supposed to have happened, them being found guilty for racially profiling our brother. And of course, there are many people that share that sentiment. You have some people, some Black activists that say that we shouldn't be celebrating because of the fact that this one case does not mean, although it is being celebrated as a victory by such people as Attorney Ben Crump and Reverend Al Sharpton, who were watching the trial closely. They had a prayer vigil outside the day of the sentencing, not the sentencing, the day of the verdict, excuse me. There were many people who were saying, many Black people were saying that we should not be at all excited by these gentlemen being found guilty. Okay, so many people feel that this is just like a drop in the pond. It's just a drop in the pond, and it's not going to have a major impact. So right now we are waiting to hear from Jafari Jones. He is a representative of the Black Lives Matter Movement 757. He's in Brunswick on the ground, and Brunswick, Georgia, where the trial was held, and we're going to be getting his perspective. So we're going to ask if you have any questions. One second. If you have any questions, we're going to ask that you I'm going to actually switch to Facebook briefly. I'm going to see if you have any questions that we can possibly address on our Facebook Live. So I'm going to go to the Facebook Live real quick. Bear with us, family. For those of you just now tuning in, I'm Doshon Farad. I'm a journalist for yourblackworld.com, which is headed by Dr. Boyce Watkins, but I'm also affiliated with the Movement for Black Power. So I'm going to go to some of the comments right now. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have a bunch of comments about COVID. We don't have anything about Ahmad Arbery. One second, I hear another guest coming in. Let's see who's joining us. Is this Brother Jafari? Oh, Brother Jafari, you with us?
Yeah, I just got in.
Okay, brother, welcome, family. Welcome, Brother Jafari. We have with us a representative of Black Lives Matter 757. This brother here is Jafari Jones. He is in Brunswick, Georgia, where he has been observing the aftermath of the sentencing of I keep saying sentencing, pardon me, of the guilty verdict of the three white men who killed our brother Ahmad Arbery February of last year. Brother Jafari, what's going on down there? Give us an update.
Nothing much, nothing much. As of right now, I'm not currently on the ground there. In Virginia. Before I left on the last day of sentencing, it was very I say very fulfilling of our purpose, very fulfilling of our mission to while we went down there. You know, the ultimate goal, what we wanted to see was a conviction, and we saw that. And another thing we wanted to do was establish that we were a force and that we would be a regular force in our community. And we put out the call, or dog whistle may call as some, as far as recruitment to be able to bring more people in into the Black Power Coalition, more so to wherever they're at, be able to join with somebody that's already established or join with groups already established, and take the country, not take back because we never had it, but restore the country to what we seem should be normal, as far as protecting ourselves, as far as giving the community somebody to call on. They always ask, well, what are you going to do if you defund the police? Who's going to patrol the areas? We are, motherfucker. I'm saying if they get out of the way and they give us the resources that they have and the artillery that they have, we have the men to stand up, and the women as well. And we have people that are willing to die for this, just like quote unquote law enforcement. So there's no reason, they don't have any excuses to shun us. But just back to down there, we were very welcome. At first we went down there, thinking it's going to be a racist town, but I can honestly say, from all the interactions with everybody, from just going to Walmart and purchasing items for Miss Arbery, and even at the hotels, and even being on the ground, the entire community, black and white, were walking up to us like we were Prince or Michael Jackson, and just like thanking us for being there. So our purpose is very clear. Everybody's intentions were set, so I feel like that was being read by the community. And like I said, everybody thanked us. Before I left, it was unfortunate. I actually had my flight delayed because I booked the wrong flight. So the day of the conviction, I was supposed to already be gone. But I booked the flight for December the 8th, as opposed to the Wednesday I was trying to leave out. And so I ended up going back down to the ground, and ended up running to Ahmad's aunt. And she stopped us at the gas station. She was thankful. We made a video with her. She was like, she was the brother. She's the sister of Ahmad's dad. So they was just like, yo, we're thankful for y'all coming. We appreciate y'all coming. And that was, nobody else said anything other than that. So I feel like I said, we set the tone, and I feel like we take it from here. We can, it's positive. It's a positive movement. It's a positive. It was a positive maneuver, and everybody involved, I feel like they played their position and played their roles. We got to see strengths. We got to see weaknesses. We got to see where we can improve on. It was definitely a lot we could improve on, but to put that maneuver together in less than a week with people that had never stepped together before, I think it was a thing of beauty. When we first got there, everybody had to get their alpha male and their alpha female out the way. Everybody had to realize that everybody was in a position of power to a degree, and we were able to move forward positively, and everybody, breaking bread together. And I think we have something to really work with here to move forward. I said that's my synopsis for the most part. I don't know if Brother Malik is on the call. I don't know if I'm missing anything, but other than that's that's pretty much the gist of everything. And I feel like this is something that we can take, positive moving forward.
Okay, before we let you go, Jafari, I want to ask you a question. Of course, people are wondering, okay, now you actually kind of touched on it. People are wondering, should Black people be considering this a victory? Because we saw last week, Attorney Ben Crump, Reverend Sharpton, so many prominent political figures, prominent Black public figures are saying that this is a victory, justice was served. Do you believe any of that? Do you agree with any of that?
I think it was a small step. I think the step will be necessary when they're either convicted of life or given the chair. I think even ultimately what I express to everybody, I don't know how everybody else feels, but where we're at and where we've been in a position of, where I've been active for 5 years, we would like a smooth transition of power from the names you mentioned, pretty much from the Jessies and the Owls. And I even was able to tell Brother Jesse when he came to my area some years ago that if he was ready to rest his tired legs, then we would take over. And I put my mind in the frame of where he's at, how far they've came, how many years of dedication they put into this. And if I find myself 80 pushing 90 and I'm still in the streets, it's probably because I feel like nobody's going to take the torch on. So I feel like now that they know that there are capable parties of taking the torch, we have lawyers, we have arms, we have intelligence, and we have a plan. And I think that's what's, as far as gaining those recesses, and if we call, the president, they need to pick up for us. Like we call whoever the highest is of the high. If it gets to that point, we'll try to handle it locally. But if it gets to the point where we need to contact the next up, we need to have that access to be able to have that conversation without phone relays, without email relays, and all the other stuff to get to the point. We're not out here to play. We're not out here for clout. We're not out here for none of that. We're out here to seek justice. And whether it be police involved, whether it be lynching, whether it be false imprisonment, and all the stuff we struggle for, fighting for reparations, making sure that the people are voting for who has the community's best interest at heart, because we have to control these elections too, because people don't think like voting matters. It does, but we can intimidate and et cetera all we want to, but if we can get to the point where we're in these conversations, so they know that we're going to talk to them about what we're trying to, the goal we're trying to achieve, then they can get the hell out of the way and let us do what we're here to do. So I feel like I said, it was a small victory. It was one of very many, but I think if nothing else, the reason why it was a victory is because it laid a blueprint. It showed everybody you can convict lynchers, and then you can convict prosecutors that aren't playing fair. You can convict cops that are covering up. So it's even in the playing field as far as people feeling invincible. So now, DAs that have been doing crooked stuff, we're putting attention on all the cases that even if it's a 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, 10 years, 14, 15, 18 years old, we see people coming home from these false rape allegations, all these fake charges. And so it's exposing what's happening. It's exposing the flaws, and everybody's more awake and more aware. So I think it is a victory in a sense. I don't think it's a defeat. So I said, I don't think a full victory. If anything, you could call it a tie, because we didn't win, we didn't lose. We don't get to bring Mr. Arbery back. The family doesn't get him back, but it does set the tone for other individuals to think they're going to get away with this and not answer to nobody, and just be able to live their life as they feel like it.
Okay, what I want to know, slightly related, I want to go to a slightly different topic, but it's regarding you, brother. Now, the Black Lives Matter movement has come under heavy scrutiny from within the Black community, particularly by many Black nationalists, Black activists who have said that Black Lives Matter has been co-opted by liberal white folks in Antifa. You don't appear to be suffering from that. You seem to be more under like a Black power kick, if you don't mind me asking. Okay, why are you rolling with the concept of Black power, whereas most other Black Lives Matter affiliates seem to be on an integrationist type tip?
That's more so because we started out independent, and we are still independent. We never sought validation. When we were formulated in 2016, it was because my 14-year-old cousin committed suicide due to bullying. And so I initially started to combat bullying, no matter what face it may show. And then, secondary to that, the Black Lives Matter movement, Black Lives Matter 757 was who we were. And now as it stands, BLM 757 stands for Be Like Malcolm, Be Like Martin. Change may take 7 days, 5 years, or 7 centuries, but change will come. Like I said, we're strictly independent. We're our own LLC. We're not nonprofit like most of them. We've had our different spats with them because we're not pushing the LGBTQ agenda. I'm apparently misogynistic and all that other bullshit. And as of right now, it is BLM 757. We were birthed off of the name, but once we saw that it wasn't what aligned with our community, when we were, started doing Second Amendment stuff and started getting kickback, when we started asking for reparations and started getting kickback, whenever we wouldn't go out here to all the little gay marches and started getting kickback, it was just like, okay, well, at the end of the day, we stand on our own 2 feet. We got these families that we represent. If y'all don't want to rock with us, cool. But y'all never came down here to help us with all these families that we represent. The reason why we were formed in the first place, and even still to this day, 5 years later, ain't nobody came down here with no cape on trying to rescue us. So we don't mind fighting the stigma within. If we're having this conversation, we don't mind having. I've had it with several others, and let it be known that we're not Black Lives Matter. That's why our colors are black and white. Our emblem is BLM 757. Everything that we have is BLM 757. The LLC is BLM 757. It's not Black Lives Matter. It's BLM 757. So it's been a slow transition, and we'll, everything is a process, but we will fully come out on our 6-year anniversary, which is in July, with the complete overhaul of everything. So, in essence, we've been, utilizing what we have, but we've built bridges, we've built, different communications, we've built respect, and it's all been grassroots. And I had a chance to tell, Brother Malik, that it's just like, it's not that, we're against any other, it's like we've started this from scratch. So what we have now is what we built. So, anything outside of that, we've never been trying to be like anybody else. We've never tried to emulate. We've only done what's been good for our community. And in that, we've been able to have accomplishments. Like, we got Juneteenth recognized as a statewide holiday here in Virginia due to one of our petitions. We got Matthew Russian, who was a Black autistic male who was set to do 10 years in prison for a non-fatal car accident. We got him free in August after a year and a half. And we started the chain to bring down the monuments. We ultimately got all of the Confederate monuments down in Virginia. And we're only 5 years old. And we do take, we do take pride in our actual accomplishments, knowing that we're not just protesting, knowing that we're not just, making noise on the internet, knowing that we have real credentials. And, we stand on that and we stand behind that. And we hope to be the blueprint to anybody else, showing them where the pressure. It doesn't make any sense just to protest in the street for police-involved shooting, but not take it to headquarters, or if it's a city council or the city manager or the chief or the congressman or the governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, whoever needs to get, the pressure, and then that's where we're going with the pressure. So we operate out of our own truths. We're good to dispel rumors. We're self-funded. We don't, everything. That's why even us going to Brunswick, we had to come up with our own funds to get there. We had to come up with our own funds to get home, hotel, $120 Ubers, everything. And we're not financially backed by anybody. So we've been able to do this without any $1 million falling in our lap, without any $10,000 falling in our lap. And so we're showing what can be done without money, just with the heart of the community.
Well, it looks like you certainly on your post, brother. Anything else coming up that we should know about regarding BLM 757, a website,
Yes.
program, event?
Yeah, BLM757.org is how you can find. We still have petitions up. We're still individuals who are trying to get set free. The Ashanti alert is an alert to help find missing individuals. We put boots on the ground here for Ashanti Billy, who went missing in 2017, and she was unfortunately found dead in Charlotte, North Carolina 2 weeks later. There was no alert system in place. There's an alert system that's now literally in place. It's signed into law. It was signed by Donald Trump, but for whatever reason, because it was signed by a Republican, it hasn't been implemented. And this alert has been signed into law since December it'll be 3 years ago come this December. And we have a petition going, and we're trying to get everybody to sign a petition to get this implemented, because it's literally already a law. It doesn't have to go to House. It doesn't have to go to Senate. It's already law. And it's to help find missing people ages 18 to 64 that don't fall under the Amber Alert and they don't fall under the Gray Alert. But we're trying to get that implemented by the powers that be. We'll be in New York on Monday, and we're trying to get this case to the capacity of the other cases. And as of right now, this is we're calling it homicide, not suicide, because in New York they're trying to say a young man by the name of Antonio Armstrong committed suicide, when all pictures and video evidence point to homicide. It took them two days to let the family back in the house, and when they did, it was a bloodbath. His shot in his head, it was clear that it wasn't self-inflicted. It was from a distance. We had video from drones, snipers, and they even had drones that had guns on them, where they more than likely killed him. And so that's coming up. We need as much support as we can in New York. And then we also have a case in DC that doesn't need as much attention because it already kind of has a base, but we have to get a base behind this case in New York. And kind of what we specialize in, getting momentum behind cases that are ignored. Cases that already have a strong, media presence and social media presence, they don't really need us. The cases that need us are the cases that can't get anybody to pay attention because the police didn't give them the fucking evidence that they needed for people to care. So when we talk to these families and they give us all the facts, and we fact check it and we check and we call, and once it's certified that these families are being done wrong, that's when we put it on our platform, and that's when we try to gain traction from the grassroots. So those two particular things is kind of where we're at, and keeping momentum going and having everybody recruit where they are, establishing generals and establishing a nationwide base of self-defense. And I know I'm not armed, I'm a felon, but the arms come in handy when it comes to different things like that, because like I said, when I can't carry, but my sergeant at arms carries and everybody around me does, I'm good at I'm good at social media. I'm good at editing videos. I'm good at making flyers. I'm good at speaking. But as far as the arms, that's where it's like the be like Malcolm, be like Martin comes into play. So I can play the Martin at the same time with the Malcolm behind me. I don't mind carrying. I'll say this on this. I don't mind. But it's for safety reasons. I'd rather be judged than carried. So I'm with all the shits. My arrest record is disgusting only due to protest. I was a felon prior to that, but the last 2.5 years, I've accumulated several charges from stepping in the street. It's nothing major, but they make it misdemeanors here. I'm facing like 2.5 years. Like I said, as far as that goes, and it's all because, we push the envelope as far as it needs to go. We know the laws. That's why most of my cases have been thrown out. We do have lawyers on standby, et cetera, and I hate for it to have to come to that. But that's just where I'm at right now. When I signed up for this 5 years ago, death or jail was optional. I spent 2.5 months in jail on false charges behind my activism. I can fight, so jail ain't really shit. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure I eat, put something on my book. That's all I care about. Other than that, I'm good.
Okay, well, brother, before we wind this down, or I should say this segment of the Monday night political education class, your website, how can people reach you if people wanted to send you money?
Yes, we have our social media is BLM757 on Instagram. If you click the link to Associate tab, it has the different options, but you can also go to BLM757.org, and it has a direct donation button, and that goes directly to our bank account. And then Twitter has it as well as our Venmo. Again, we're LLC. And it's other option if you don't just want to give money. We do have an apparel site where you can purchase a shirt or a hoodie. BLM757protestapparel.com, so you can get something for your donation. Of course, we won't see as much of it because we have to do production. But if, like I said, we have hoodies, hats, t-shirts, leggings, baby clothes, different messages. They don't, some about Black women's health, some about stop killing us, bags, support Black business, just all in all. But it's us, it's Black owned, and it's all messages from us. And like I said, we're not funded, and we never have been the type to just go out and put out a collection plate. So we figure if somebody could just buy a t-shirt and, have it, moving along like that, then that's cool too.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Jafari Jones. We wish you much success. Those of you that's now tuning in, this is Brother Jafari Jones. He represents Black Lives Matter 757. We're going to move on to our next segment. Wish you success, brother. Black Power.
Thank you. Black Power. Black Power.
In the next several minutes, we're going to be joined by brothers Yusuk and Ajaba. They're members of the new Black Panther Party out of Indianapolis. They're gearing up for an important event on December 18th. We're going to be discussing with them tonight the situation in Indianapolis, as well as self-defense and revolutionary tactics. So we're waiting for them to sign on. Brothers and sisters, we were just speaking to, if you're just now tuning in, Jafari Jones. He was on the ground last week in Brunswick, Georgia, observing the trial of the 3 white men who were found guilty last week of killing Ahmad Arbery, Black man Ahmad Arbery, last year. Remember, he was jogging, and then they assumed that he was a burglar. They racially profiled him. So, okay, looks like we have our guest on right now. Who do we have with us? Is that Brother Yusuki? Yusuk, am I pronouncing your name right?
No, you're not. This is Brother Ajabu, Elder Ajabu.
Oh, we have with us Brother Elder
Ajabu.
Yes, sir, bro. I'm very sorry. This is my first time seeing you, so I wasn't sure. So my mistakes, Elder. My apologies.
Not an issue. Not an issue.
So we're waiting for our other brother to arrive. Brother Yusuk, is he in the room?
No, he's in Las Vegas. And hopefully he will join on here pretty soon, but we're waiting on it. But we can get started, and he'll join where he'll get in where he fits in.
Thank you, Brother Elder Ajabu. It's my honor that you would join us tonight on the Monday, our weekly Monday political education class. Now, I understand now you're in Indianapolis, is that right?
That is correct.
And you're a member, now were you a member of the original party, or do you remember the new Black Panther Party?
I was a member of the Black Panther militia that Michael McGee organized in the early 90s. And I was the state commander for Indiana. Here a couple of months ago, there's Yasu. Here a couple of months ago, Yasu and Chairman Malik got me to come out of retirement to be an elder to the national organization and to help organize the local organization because of the demise of Brother Yasuk's cousin, who was at a George Floyd demonstration here in Indianapolis, and he was shot down by a white boy that appears to have racist leanings. And so I came out, and I'm here, and I really feel honored that they would have me to come on board because, you know, revolution is my life. And, you know, I was looking at it and I said, well, shit, you're gonna die anyway. You might as well die waging revolution because we cannot look for our solution within this government. I think it was Elijah Muhammad who said that if you want to know how something is going to exist within its life, look at its beginning. And when you look at America's beginning, it was a racist beginning. So if you're looking for how it's going to exist during its life, and you look at its beginning, just like it started racist, it's going to be racist. And so we can't look to a racist system to give us the solution to solve its racism. We have to change that and change it so drastically to where that it does not appear to be as it started in its beginning. So I know you were talking to Brother Jafriel. How you say your name, young man? Jafari. Yes.
Jafari Jones.
And Jafari, yes.
And also.
Oh, we also hope, family,
Yeah,
those of you just now joined, we have Brother Yusuf joining us, a member of the new Black Panther Party out of, also, you in Las Vegas now, brother?
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm in Indianapolis. I'm back and forth, but home front is Indianapolis, though. Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to let Elder Jabu finish, and then we're going to get to both of you. Go ahead, please finish,
Yes,
Elder.
sir.
Yeah. So when you look at the situation in Georgia, and you have said it, Brother Doshon, it's not something to celebrate, and it's not something to celebrate because Ahmad is still dead. Even though those 3 crackers are convicted, Ahmad is still dead. And their conviction is not going to stop other of us coming up dead under the same circumstances, whether it be at the hands of the police or at the hands of former police. We're still coming up dead. And this system, even if it convicts it, is it a conviction? We're still coming up dead. So we have to come up with solutions that will stop the need for a trial that is based on our demise. And so that is the reason why we got to come up with a revolution. And that revolution is not necessarily us shooting from the hip, but it's more powerful for us to shoot from the lip so that our people understand that we should not accept an existence that causes us to live beneath our humanity. So you see the same problem, and I'm gonna throw it to you, Yasu. You see the same problem here in Indianapolis, where the system is actually defending, and in Georgia, the system wasn't even gonna bring them to trial initially. And you see here in Indianapolis, they brought Tyler Newby to trial. The prosecutor charged him with charges that they didn't even argue, that got thrown out. They put on a case to whereas when they got through, the defense says, well, we don't need to put on the case because the prosecutor has put on the best case that we could put. And because the jury did not go along with the game, well, some people on the jury did not go along with the game, there was a mistrial. But all of the process was designed to get this murderer exonerated at the expense of Dorian, Yasuk's cousin's life. We can't look at that as being a victory. And Yasuk, I'll stop there and turn it to you, because you can talk about the position of the family.
I want to, okay, what I'm going to do is, first of all, those of you just now tuning in, I'm Doshon Farad. Welcome to the Monday night political education class. I'm a journalist with YourBlackWorld.net. I'm also affiliated with the Movement for Black Power. Right now, we're speaking with brothers Yasuk and Elder Ajabu. You just heard our elder right now laying out, he gave an analysis of the Ahmad Arbery trial, and of course, other cases regarding Black folks being shot down by police and by crazy white folks. So, Brother Yusuf, I want to get your take on this. What's going on in Indy? You know, you're the chairman of the Indianapolis chapter of the new Black Panther Party. Is that correct?
Indiana.
Indiana. Oh, period. You're the state chairman.
Sorry about that. I was on mute there. Yes, sir. I want to thank Brother Malik for allowing me to serve the people and take that position. And yes, I am, and we are building and trying to grow in Indiana, in the state of Indiana.
Okay, I want to get your take on what's going on right now, because I remember a few months ago, I was covering the situation there that you were a part of in India. See, I said India, excuse me, Indy. Okay, I covered that situation. What's going on there right now?
Right now, we're kind of back at square one as far as court process. As Elder has spoke, there's been a lot going on downtown within the prosecutor's office, and they're not doing their job.
Who was killed, brother? Who was killed? Let the people know who was.
The person that was killed was Dorian Murell. He was my 18-year-old cousin. He was unarmed, and he was one of the protesters during the George Floyd protest in Indianapolis. Police incited violence within the crowd, and it turned wild once they did that. A lot of things start going on. But he was unarmed, and the story that's being portrayed is not the truth. The city and the state is helping to cover it up. The media is trying to help cover it up. We've been trying to bring as much attention to it, just as the brother Jafari was speaking, as like the lowercase cases that don't get the spotlight. We've been trying to create that spotlight to bring attention to this case, because it's one of those things to where it's a Klan city, a Klan justice system, and it's all becoming a big charade down there in that courtroom because they're not doing their job. There's no way that a defendant, the attorney for the defendant, didn't even have to even speak because the prosecutor.
Jafari, mute your mic, brother Jafari. You got to mute your mic, brother. Mute your mic.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was muted.
Please continue, brother Yusuf.
Yeah, it's a shame when the justice system turns against the victims, and basically they put on a charade to try to let the shooter off because he's white. If this had been a case the other way around, there never would have been a chance for the person if they were of African descent. This person, Tyler Newby, he has white supremacist connections. There's been a couple of accusations of that. He also, there's also been ties with him with the police department. We believe it's a cover-up that we don't know how far it goes up, but it's something that goes up pretty high with the authorities in the city, and they're working together.
Now, brother Yusuf, has it been confirmed that he's connected with white supremacists and the police? Has that at all been confirmed?
As far as for the confirmation of his family connected with police, that has been confirmed. The confirmation evidence that we need for the white supremacists, that's actually within evidence that's being held by the prosecutor's office. They will not release that to us. They removed it from Facebook. They blocked it from Facebook, and they're not allowing that to get out to the media because they don't want that side of the story to be told.
Okay, now your family, I may have asked you,
Brother Doshon.
Yes.
Can I add a little
Elder,
history?
Please, Elder, please, definitely.
Yeah. See, if you understand where Tyler Newby is from, it's Brownsburg. And I grew up in Indianapolis, and understanding that I'm 72 years old. And I grew up 10 minutes from Brownsburg. In Brownsburg, when I was growing up, you better not get caught in Brownsburg and be a person of African descent. If you was caught in Brownsburg and you're a person of African descent, and I don't care whether the sun is up or the sun is down, you had a problem. So historically, even though they're trying to hide the information, historically, if you went into Speedway and you were African descent, you were in trouble not only by the people but by the police. Brownsburg, same thing. Plainfield, same thing. And all of those little towns circumvent and are contiguous to Indianapolis. So even though we cannot find a particular, or they're trying to hide particular information, the history of Brownsburg is that if you are African descent, don't get caught out there with the sun going down. So I just wanted to share that kind of history so that you understand what kind of town that we're talking about. And this guy is from, and he came from Brownsburg to Indianapolis to arm with a partner in order to get him a person of African descent. And now he has done that, and the system is trying to defend him, even though they charged him with murder. So we've got to look at the system and understand that we are going not ever have the type of justice that we should get, that our humanity demands. And so we've got to work piece by piece. First of all, get this cat convicted, but put our lives on the line to say that we're not going to live beneath our humanity. A lot of times our people will say, I am willing to die for our freedom. I'm saying we need to be willing to put our lives on the line for our freedom, but we must be willing to kill. If we are willing to kill, now that might cost us our lives, but the cost of that life will take our freedom forward. It will take us forward. When they start experiencing casualties, then they'll want to come to the table and have a legitimate conversation on how all of us can get along. And then we can't see that as a victory, because most of the time when they come to the table, we lose the negotiation. And case in point, when you look at the 13th Amendment, everybody said, the 13th Amendment eradicated slavery. No, it didn't eradicate slavery, it codified it. It just said that, look, we won't put it in the public eye, but we'll take you through a legal process, and at the end of the legal process, we can enslave you. So whoever negotiated that for us still allowed slavery to be intact. We have got to be willing to kill so that our will be done. I turn it back.
Brothers, there's an event coming up, I believe, on December 18th that one of you is a part of, or both of you is a part of. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, sir. It's actually December 18th is going to be a two-part. We got two things going on that day. We want to reach out and to get as much support. And just like we just did in Georgia, we want to show support on the ground for Indianapolis and for the justice of Dorian Murell. What we're doing, we're having a Second Amendment assembly. It will be in Brownsburg. We will be going through the neighborhood of where Tyler Newby is, because he's been out ever since this happened on a $25,000 bond. It's against Indiana Constitution and against the law in the state of Indiana to even give bond on a murder charge. And he was the first one to ever get it. He's been sitting at home comfortable, watching TV with no problems, no care in the world. So we want to let him know that we know where he's at, and we understand that justice has not been served, and we want to demand that justice do be served. We want him to be jailed and prosecuted properly for the murder of Dorian. So yes, that day we will be having a second assembly, a Second Amendment assembly. It will be in Brownsburg, and then also later that evening we're going to have a two-part summit. We're going to have a local leadership summit. We've got a flyer that's out for that. There's a lot of local leaders and elders. Minister Newby, we've got a confirmation from Chairman Fred Hampton. We've got Brother Nasi coming in from Minnesota. We've got Elder Tommy. He's another elder in Indianapolis. There's a lot of people that's coming on board more also. So it's building locally.
Where's the location going to be?
That's going to be at Hovey Street Church, 2338 Hovey Street. 46218 is the zip code. We got more information circulating out about that. That's going to start at 5 o'clock. That'll be from 5 to 7. Then from 7 to 9 is going to be our second part of the summit, which will be a national, kind of like a security summit, but it's a more of a gathering of the minds from militia side, from a security point of everything. Where do we go and how do we protect ourselves moving forward? Elder Ajabu will be moderator of that one. The other panel that we have, we're still working on confirming everyone, so that's growing as it goes. But yes, sir, we do have that event going on. Another thing we want to also is ask for any donations. We're looking for support on this. We got a lot of people that's coming from across country. We got people coming from California, Florida. We want to try to help out with travel and whatever else that we can. So we ask that ones would donate to kind of help us with that. We have a Cash App. It's Justice, Justice, the number 4, and then the name Dorian, Dorian. We're looking for any and all help that we could get. Like I said, there's posts on my page, Yasuk Shakur. There's some on Elder Ajabu's page. Brother Malik has the flyer on his page that can be circulated around. We just ask that everybody, share that flyer. If you can donate $5, $10, $20, whatever case it may be, please donate it to help. Just with the process of getting everyone there, trying to bring support to Indianapolis. And we just hope, that everybody makes it and be able to show the support and stand up for the community like we've been doing with everyone else.
Listen, brother.
If I can't speak on fundraising real quick, yesterday
go ahead, brother.
We created the Black Power Coalition Facebook page and the Black Power Coalition Facebook community group page. And so we're trying to combine all these stories. Ultimately, I know right now we all got separate missions, but in the next 2 weeks, we want to do, everybody can have their own separate missions as fundraisers, but we want to have a combined one. So when we do have these big maneuvers and we do have people coming from all over, like with Georgia, individuals came from 18-hour drive. And now that, people are going out there to 18-hour drive, we're going to New York, we want to get a base. And somehow we want to have to structure into a business only to keep Uncle Sam off our back. We know everybody has their own ways of going. I know we're LLC, but we know everybody getting involved may not have business credentials, which is not important to us. But we know when it comes to raising funds and to keeping accountability and transparency, we definitely got to have it. We want to be able to get soldiers on the ground without having to worry about if we're going to eat, without having to worry about sitting in the fucking Roach Motel and all that other nonsense, what may seem like small, but I know as of right now, I have a strong hold on social media. So Twitter, YouTube, propaganda, Facebook, TikTok, we can get all that going. But I said, I know right now there's missions already set up, but the ultimate goal is by the second week in December, the next 2 weeks, we're going to be chilling and just building on whatever we have. No recruits. Any recruiting is going to be done if they're not in by then, because then everybody's starting their vetting process and everybody's starting their putting in work. So newbies wanting to come in is not unless they're established, and anybody that's already in the coalition gives them the okay. They got to put in the work. They got to prove their work.
Brother, right now, we're trying to build for Indianapolis, so we're not excluding anyone. Anybody wants to come to Indianapolis, we welcome everybody. We understand as far as for the monetary side of it, and everybody's, struggling with that. Yeah, we're working on that. But as far as for the support that we're building for Indianapolis, we're not turning anyone away as far as the recruits. The new Black Panther Party for Indiana, we're recruiting. We want guys to come in. We're building and we're pushing. So I understand, what you got going on. But as far as for us, we're trying to push and move forward.
Brother, listen, brother. Okay, brother. Listen, brother Yasuk and brother Ajabu. I have these questions for both of you, brother. Okay, Elder Ajabu, your original Black Panther Party, and brother Yasuk, your new Black Panther Party. Both platforms, 10-point platforms, are almost identical. Of course, You demand the end of the killing of Black people by police, if my memory serves me correctly, okay? But also in both platforms, you advocate a plebiscite, basically a vote if Black people should leave America and form an independent nation, that we should form our own. Do you believe that, I want to ask both of you this, with the constant killing of Black people by law enforcement and white vigilantes, and the poverty that we're dealing with and other things that we're experiencing as people of African descent in America, do you feel at some point that Black people are going to have to separate from America and form an independent nation that we can call our own?
Elder Jabu, let me speak on it now, and then Elder Jabu, I guess if you want to clean that up with a historical side, a historical view on that. As a new Black Panther, yes, sir, I think we do need to separate. We have to have independence on our own, whether it be financially, whether it be spiritually, whether it be on a teaching side, whether it be no matter what level, we need to separate. You were saying as far as for having our own land or whatever the case may be, if you ask me, I say you give us a state, give us Texas and let us do our own thing. You know what I mean? Give us some land where we can have our own territory and let us build. In the past, I know it's been things that's been requested from different parties and things that have been pushed, but yeah, I do think we do need to separate. I understand there's some things that they can help us with. As far as when I say they, I mean the white race, the other people, you know what I mean, the other side of the fence. Yeah, there are beneficial sides to some of the things that they do, but as far as for independent of us living, us learning, us growing, us just being a people and a nation of our own, I would say yes, we do need to separate from them as much as possible.
Elder Jabu, I definitely want to hear from you, brother, because you were there. You saw you were in the original party, but you also saw organizations like the Republic of New Africa talk about setting aside states. I want to get your take, brother, on this.
See, I would use the word independent more so than the word separate. And I would use the word independent because the world is connected. What we have to do is we have to control that which is ours. And in order to control that which is ours, we got to create it. Now, personally, I am a Vietnam veteran. And when I was in Vietnam, there was a PA system set up on the perimeter in Saigon, where Saigon Mary asked the question of soldiers of African descent, why are you over here in Vietnam fighting for people who's in America fighting you? I said, damn. And not only did I say damn, we said damn. And so we made a decision, soldiers of African descent, to quit fighting for America when America was fighting us. When I went to Vietnam in preparing to go in 1968, I was in St. Louis. They killed King. St. Louis went off. When I'm getting out of Vietnam in January of 69, in December, they killed Fred Hampton. We made a pact that if we could fight for America, stupid, we've been took, had, run amok, fighting for people who were killing us. Why would we fight for them? So we need to separate ourselves, be as independent of that as possible. That means that we got to create our own economy. We got to create our own housing. That means we got to actually hook up with the African continent and start controlling the resources that are coming from the African continent that are helping to sustain the infrastructure of America. We have to do that a little bit at a time. The way that you eat an elephant It's one bite at a time. You can't bite all that at one time. And so this conference that we're having on the 18th is to say, okay, you got your own identity, but we got the same enemy. If we got the same enemy, then there ought to be a way that we can come together and unite so that we can fight and win and separate and gain our own independence, whereas that we're not looking to for justice in the way that the system that is oppressing us tells us that we ought to be looking for justice. So yes, I concur with State Chairman Yatsuk. We need to separate, but I would use the word independence instead of separate, because we got to quit looking for others to do that, which we ought to be doing for ourselves.
For those of you who are just now tuning in, I'm Doshon Farad, and I'm guest hosting the weekly political education class, which is usually hosted by the founder of the Black Lawyers for Justice, Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Tonight, currently, we're speaking with Brother Yatsuk, who is the Indiana chairman of the new Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, and Elder Ajabu, who was a member of the original Panther Party. They had an event coming up on December the 18th. And so earlier, I was speaking with Brother Jafari Jones of Black Lives Matter 757, who was in Brunswick, Georgia, he was actually observing the trial and the aftermath of the sentencing of the 3 white men who were guilty of killing last year Ahmad Arbery, the brother that was jogging through the neighborhood. They accused him of robbery. They said some black men had robbed someone, so they were actually arrested. They're guilty of racial profiling, but they were found guilty of murder. And of course, you know, it was a father and a son and their friend. And so we're discussing that tonight, but also there was another situation that Brother Yatsuk was speaking about too, concerning his cousin who had been killed in Indianapolis under similar circumstances. Brothers, is there anything as we wind down, because we go off the air at 9 o'clock, is there anything that, and I want to, let's see, brother, before, as we wind down, what I'm going to do, Brother Jafari, are you with us? Brother Jafari still with us? Okay, he must not hear me. What I'm going to ask you brothers to do one more time, Brother Yatsuk, give the information for December 18th and let people know what it's about, because we have 3 minutes left.
Okay, it's the location or rally point is going to be at Brownsburg High School.
What's it about?
The second, it's going to be a Second Amendment assembly. It's going to be there for us to demand that Tyler Newby be jailed and prosecuted for the murder of Dorian Murell. Our demonstration is going to start at 11 o'clock. After that, we have a follow-up demonstration at Hovey Street Church. The address there is 2338 Hovey Street. That starts at 5. There's going to be a 2-part panel from 5 to 7. Then there's going to be another one from 7 to 9. We welcome all to come. We want support, ground support to come in. And also, I know you had referred it to the Arbery case. Honestly, this case will kind of be referred more to the Kenosha, Wisconsin case. The details are a lot similar to that vigilante protecting buildings that was looking for trouble. That's really what the Tyler Newby case is about. There's other details. I know we don't have time to explain it, but that's kind of a boil down of what it is and what we got going.
Well, people can look it up, I'm sure, Brother Yatsuk. People need to stop being lazy and learn to research stuff. They can look it up.
Yes, sir. There's plenty of information on my page about it, on Elder page about it, on Brother Malik's page about it. It's not hard to find. It's pretty easy to find.
Okay, brothers, it's very wonderful speaking with both of you, Brother Yatsuk. And
say one thing,
please,
Doshon,
please,
before you go, let me say one thing.
Please.
And this conference is about unifying. And the new Black Panther Party definitely appreciates Brother Jafari for bringing his organization to the group, to where it's that we understand that we have a common enemy, and so we can come up with a common strategy and still keep the identity that we all have. So and I've even had conversation with Elaine Brown, who is interested in bringing all of these different formations together and bringing her expertise and her knowledge of the movement towards that we won't make the same mistakes that were made by the original Black Panther Party, the original Black Panther Party. So this is about unifying. This is about downplaying differences.
Elder, I'm sorry, brother. Listen up. We're getting ready to get cut off. So I'm going to have to end it here, brother, because we go up at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much to our brothers.
You can go over. You can go over. It's no problem.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Who was that said we can go over? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Please continue, Elder. Go ahead, Elder. Continue. I'm sorry, brother Ajabu.
You're used to that corporate media.
You got me. You got me. That's right, brother. You got me. Yes, go ahead, Elder. You got me. You're absolutely right.
And I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. But see, this is the situation. Is we have got to downplay our differences. And that even goes to that brother on the street who's out there killing each other about poison that the government has put into our neighborhood. Those are our soldiers. We can't win the war if we keep killing off our soldiers. These organizations are the leadership. We can't organize the soldiers if we squabbling at the top. We've got to come together and find a common road that we all can travel. And this is the effort that we're putting forth by bringing everybody that we can to Indianapolis so that it can be the point of departure toward our needed and necessary freedom. You mighty race, accomplish what you will. Thank you.
Well, I don't see how anybody could follow behind that. But once again, Brother Jafari Jones, Brother Yusuf, Brother Elder Jabu, thank you very much for joining us. And for those of you who are tuned in, you can catch our political education class every Monday from 6 p.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. Eastern, if you want to be educated in how to liberate the Black nation worldwide. I'm Doshon Farad. Thank you very much for joining me. I want to thank, as always, the founder of the Black Lawyers for Justice attorney, Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz, for always asking me every once in a while if I could help him host or co-host. Thank you very much, family. Hotep, peace, Black power.
Black power.
Black power.
messenger and his Messiah, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. But if I live to be 1,000, I will forever and eternally be grateful to the man who opened my eyes, the man who woke me up, the man who taught me what time it is and put me in tune with the divine rhythm of the liberation and salvation of the Black nation. I speak of none other than my spiritual father, leader, and teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. In their names, I greet you, my beloved and beautiful sisters and brothers and others, with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep, on the move, free the land, Black laws for all Black people. What's up? Alafia and shalom. It is indeed my honor and great joy and privilege to be invited by Brother and Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz, who is one of the greatest student leaders of all time and who represents to us the spirit of student revolutionary action that many of you have read about from the 60s, who has now graduated from Howard University I almost said Howard University, but since I just almost said it, there's no need for me to say it. So you can't condemn me for what I didn't say. Now that he has graduated from Howard University, graduated from the School of Law, and has his Juris Doctorate degree, I think we should remember the great history and legacy of this young warrior lawyer student here in Washington, D.C. For whenever anyone is in trouble here in Washington, D.C., you could expect to see young Malik Zulu Shabazz rallying the youth and rallying the troops for them. You could see him at the side of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You have seen him at the side of Mayor Marion Barry, even though Marion Barry, at a time when nobody wanted to touch him, it was Malik Zulu Shabazz with others of the common people and students in a youth movement who stood up for him. And then after he saw himself rising, he distanced himself from Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz. You see him at the side of Professor and really Dr. Steve Coakley, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. Tony Martin, Dr. Yusuf bin Yakanan. You find him on the front lines. And so we are most honored seeing with Brother Malik Farrakhan and the grassroots and don't smoke the brother. Ceasefire. You find him always on the front line. So I'm taking this time with all of you present to thank him for calling us together and having an African Black Holocaust and Nationhood Conference every year. Give him a strong Black hand. Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz, the warrior lawyer, in the spirit of Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, in the spirit of H. Rap Brown, Imam Jamil El-Amin, and the great revolutionary students, in the spirit of Imamu Amiri Baraka, in the spirit of Sonia Sanchez and others who came to us. I promise not to be too long, but I must be strong. I did not come to a Black African Holocaust Nationhood Conference to tiptoe through the tulips. I didn't come to pussyfoot. I didn't come to dilly-dally. I didn't come to beat around the bush. I didn't come with a dance and a song. I came to place the blame squarely where it belongs. I didn't come to pin the tail on the donkey. I came to pin the tail on the honky. That's why I am here at this Black African Holocaust Conference convened by Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz. We want to try the white man today. We want to hold court on this devil today. Hold court on this cracker. I'm here to tell you that there will be no rush to judgment. There will be no rush to judgment. We will find this cracker guilty beyond any reasonable doubt, with moral certainty, with no recommendation for mercy. But in the meantime, with Brother Mumia's son right here on the podium with us, we want to keep this cracker on death row with no possibility for a stay of execution. So I yield now for him to read the statement from his father from death row. Please receive him. Give him a strong black hand, the son of our brother. But we must call, let me say this, we must not only call, but we must stand tall to free all Black political prisoners. We are not just gonna call for it, but there must be a time and a generation that will rise up that will not just march, will not just protest, but stand up millions strong and bum rush this cracker and take our political prisoners from this no good, low down, dirty white man.
That's right. Power to the people. I'm here to deliver a message to the people. And I would like to tell these people that you have to stand up to this corrupt system. You have to stop hiding and be a man, because this is the Black power of togetherness, of revolution that's been relived. So the people, you have to stand and stop this corrupt system from stealing our brothers, stealing our fathers, accusing our mothers, and raping our sisters. We have to be a people and stand there. We can't just talk about it. We got to be about it. So how many people is going to be about it? Free Mumia. We got to establish that. To free Mumia. We will not let the system to kill my father, Mumia Abu-Jamal. Now, people, I have come to read this statement, and it said a message to the Million Man March. And I hope that you deliver this message to the people that could not come here, whether they was lame, scared, crippled, or crazy. I want you to deliver it to them in plain standard English. It says, a message to the Million Man March from Mumia Abu-Jamal. On the move, long live John Africa's revolution. Many of you will no doubt gasp and be alarmed when you hear that the writer of these words is on death row. But why be alarmed? Why be scared? In America, are we all not on death row? Think of Miles Green of Detroit, Brother Duffy of Miami, of men, women, and children, known and unknown, nameless to all except those who love them. Eternal Black victims of the great white executioners. Since 1619 to this very day, when did the relentless war on Black life continues unabated? Think of the martyred ones, those 28 men who soldiered for the Black Panther Party, like Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, George Luther Jackson, and Jonathan Jackson. Think of the Move Marchers of May 13, 1985, bombed into oblivion by this very government. Were they not on death row? And that is our problem, isn't it? At this march, let us now use this massive strength to organize, to rebuild, to breathe new life into our people's movements, to free ourselves from our deadly daily reality. If we merely come together to beat our feet, shout our lungs out, and shake our fists at an empty sky, we have failed. All the universe pulsates with purpose. Will we be out of sync with the natural rhythms of the universe itself? What is our purpose? Let us organize our strength for our collective freedom. Let us organize our collective power to shout out, not in supplication, but in militant affirmation of our God-given worth on the moon. Let us organize, for in unity there is strength. Use this opportunity to build strong, deep, and lasting organizational expression of our truest selves, ones which speak our truths unafraid to the world, ones that do righteous battle for our interests, one that support the simple yet profound principle that a truly free and independent people do what needs to be done to preserve their existence and protect their tomorrows, no matter what. Be militant, be committed. Let freedom become your faith. Let revolution become your religion on the moon. It is one of America's firmest goals to keep the grandsons of slaves helpless and virtually powerless. If you can't help yourselves, you can't help others. Power ain't a job, nor a title. It's the ability to make things happen, period. Let us organize our collective will. Let us build. Our grandmothers and grandfathers built this nation with the blood, sweat, and tears of their stolen toil. Let us build, organize, on the move. Long live John Africa and revolution. Peace. Give him a strong black hand, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, we want to begin, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We want to begin with the trail of bloody evidence. The trail of bloody evidence that leads from Africa all the way to the door of the Pope in the Vatican, all the way up to the signs, the telltale signs on the back gate and the front gate of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We want to deal with the trail of bloody evidence and the overwhelming and compelling DNA evidence. This time it's no white Bronco chase. We're dealing with the slave ships, the good ship Jesus of Lubeck. No white Bronco chase, but the slave ships of the grace of Mary, the Holy Mother, and other names that they gave them, the grace of God, names that the white man gave to his slave ship. We want to deal with the abuse and misuse of not only the Black woman and the rape of our great-great-grandmother. I don't know which great it was. Hell, all of them were great. But also the abuse and the misuse of the white man's woman, because he has abused her ever since we have been able to trace the history from the cave to the condo. She had to fight him even to vote with the women's suffrage. She still works in the same positions today and does not receive equal pay. He uses her in all kinds of compromising sex commercial positions just to sell his cheap and no good merchandise. So the domestic abuse, the spousal abuse, the sexism, the racism, the Zionism, the imperialism, all of the signs and clues, all of the evidence is there before us. His history books, his textbooks, his schools, his colleges and universities have become a cesspool of contamination. A cesspool of contamination, and his history is exactly that, his story. It has been contaminated, compromised, and thereby corrupted. And having been contaminated, compromised, and thereby corrupted, we find that the defendant, the white man, AKA the cracker,
the peckerwood, the devil, the beast, Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub. The guy goes by many names. His aliases are all over the globe. We will not present to you here today a mountain, a mere mountain of evidence. We have a world of evidence, an entire universe of evidence against the white man. He is the coldest, most vicious one that has ever lived 196,940,000 square miles of the planet Earth. The Japanese people will be a witness against him, and they will not be weak witnesses, for he has dropped the atomic bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and they still suffer from it to this very day. The red man and the red woman called Indian by him on his way to India gets lost, ends up in the wrong place, calls the people Indian anyway. I think his name was Christopher, reminding me of a Negro in the O.J. Simpson case named Christopher Darden, another man who apparently is lost. Give me a few moments. We've got to build the case. My little son, Farad standing with me. My son, Kalfani, standing with me. Give them a strong black hand. I see Brother Steve Coakley, I believe, with his son at his side. Give them a strong black hand. Brother Sundiata is on the stage with us. His little son, no doubt, is with Sister Chandalan, who is my little godson, Sekim. Let's give them a strong hand. I understand that Brother Malik Zulu Shabazz, Dr-Malik Zulu Shabazz, his mother is here. Let's give her a strong black hand for bringing into the world this one that we might benefit today. We're going to cover many things here tonight, but we must follow this trail of bloody evidence with no rush to judgment. We have been under the white man for the past 440 years in America and 6,000 years in general. We have lost over 600 million at the hands of the white man in the past 6,000 years. That is 100 times worse than the so-called Holocaust of the so-called Jew, the imposter Jew. Well, sometimes you have to be careful when you talk about them. I'm never careful. You can't even say anything without these imposter Jews running all over the place, running off at the mouth. You can't even sneeze. Achoo. Or they'll swear you said achoo. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that separation is the only solution. Many of you have gotten so comfortable today. You believe that the white man's offer of integration is a sincere offer, but God's man in our midst, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and my teacher who taught me, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, have taught us that separation is the only solution. There is no future for you in white America, black man, and there is no future for you in white America, black woman. A so-called contract with America A no good cracker named Newt Gingrich. Another cracker named Dole. Another cracker named Bill Clinton. Come out, he's going somewhere to speak tomorrow on racial matters. War criminals. A war criminal himself and every cracker on Capitol Hill. It's the history of the United Snakes of America. All of them are war criminals, but he will not address that tomorrow. The history of the white man is written in blood. His hands are dripping with the blood. The history, the evidence, the proof fits like a bloody glove, dripping with the blood of the black, brown, red, and yellow peoples of the planet Earth. It's a universe of evidence, a world of evidence, not a mere mountain of evidence against the white man. Look at you, black man. Look at you, black woman. Here we are on the eve of October the 16th. Here we are on the eve of the most powerful, the most overwhelming event since our sojourn here in the hells of North America. 1 million black men converging on the capital of the United States of America on a day of atonement, not a holiday, not a protest day. That's too lightweight. We have come together on a high holy day, a high holy day of atonement. Not atonement to the white man, but atonement to our God, the God of our forefathers, the God of our foremothers, the God of our ancestors. For we have broken the laws, the commandments, and the statutes of our God since we have been here in the hells of North America. We must make atonement to each other. For as Ezekiel says, we are the dry bones in the valley, dry of knowledge, dry of wisdom, dry of understanding. Why are we called dry bones in the Bible? God is not interested in some bones, but the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and the honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan teach us that we are called dry bones in the valley because America is the very valley of the shadow of death for the black man and black woman. And we, like bones, have been disunited. We, like bones, have been scattered and separated, dry of knowledge, dry of wisdom, dry of understanding, in a valley, again called the valley of the shadow of death. And so tomorrow we are called to atonement to each other. Nobody more divided than the black man and black woman here in the hells of North America. Look at us. You ask us our name. We give you a white man's name. We give you a white woman's name. Harry McGillicuddy, Jim Dandy O'Houlihan, Abraham Lincoln Culpepper, Hattie Mae hamburger with lettuce and tomatoes on the side. Whatever plantation we were on, we had to wear the name of the white man who owned us. If we were on the Johnson plantation, we had to wear the name of a cracker named Johnson. If we got sold to the Smith plantation next week, then we all had to wear the name of the new white man who owned us. So here we are, 100 years up from slavery, and we still wear the names of the same wicked, white, cruel slave masters who kept us in chattel slavery for over 310 years. Robbed of our names, our language, our religion, our culture, our God, our folkways, our mores, our norms, robbed of the very power of our own being. No other people ever recorded in the annals of history, so robbed and so spoiled. The complete burning and holocaust and genocide of an entire nation of people. And the nerve of these devils to become angry with our brother Attorney Johnny Cochran, angry with him because Mark Furman, who is actually representative of the white brute beast police all across America, the nerve of them to get angry with him because he said Mark Furman, he paralleled Mark Furman with Adolf Hitler. Look at it, so-called Jew. Look at it, imposter Jew. Somebody must call you what you are. Somebody must look you in your cold, lying blue eyes and pull the cover off of you today. I don't give a damn about you, and I will give you hell from the cradle to the grave. Always will I give you hell from the cradle to the grave. Attacking Brother Johnny Cochran. Johnny Cochran is using and playing the race card. Why would he mention Adolf Hitler? Mark Furman said the only good nigga is a dead nigga. He went on to say how he would like to bomb or burn all niggas. Is that not what Holocaust means? Have you so quickly forgotten Osage Avenue in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and John Africa and the Move family, where they murdered men, women, children, and babies, and dropped the bomb on an entire Black community? Mark Furman, again, is a sign of the rabid racist, white supremacist mentality and mind that permeates the atmosphere all over America and indeed all over the globe. We all rejoiced when OJ was acquitted, but tomorrow, October 16th, when 1 million Black men will convene under the leadership of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan here in Washington, D.C., we ask you, Brother OJ, Brother Orenthal James, will you be here? Because it was Black women, Black mothers who let him go home. It was Black women who prevailed on the jury to let him go home, even though they knew he was going home to a white woman. Black women stood up to free O.J. Simpson. You know it's true. You know it's true. I do not believe that O.J. Simpson is guilty of the murder of Nicole Brown. I don't care, but I don't know. All of the Black people who've been murdered at the hands of white folks, I don't know if he's guilty of anything else that they're talking about. I certainly don't believe that he's guilty of the murder of Ron Goldman. I don't believe he's guilty. But one thing I do know that he's guilty of, he's guilty of being a traitor to the Black woman, a traitor to the Black family, and a traitor to the Black nation. That he is guilty of. Get out of that situation. It looks like a white woman would have taught you a lesson. But you get out of that situation, Brother OJ. And you don't come home to your black woman. You come home to another stringy-haired, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned, buttermilk complexion, straight up but straight down, Miss 6 o'clock, ironing board backside, no frills, no thrill, white girl, no good, or it called James Simpson. Come on home, OJ. Come on home, OJ. Come back home to your black woman, back home to the black family, back home to the black nation. Let me deal with some of these issues. Some of you are now criticizing my father, criticizing my teacher, because black women are not going to be at the march. Only a few who are key representatives in the liberation struggle, but others who are key representatives and other black women who have well been represented from every stage of the organizing of the march will not be present. Why, black woman? As Angela Davis said, does that mean that we feel that we are above you? We're dissing you? We're pushing you to the back? No, black woman, we know that many of you can throw down if it came to that. Some of us learned the hard way. We hit you and got hit back. So we know you can throw down. That's not the issue at all. We know you are thinkers. We know you are planners. We know you are formulators. That's why you've been involved from the very inception. But it's time that the black man take a stand. You've been standing up, black woman. It was the black woman who carried us through the slavery system on the plantation. In many instances, you had to do things beneath your dignity just to keep your father, your man, your brother from being sold from plantation to plantation, from auction block to auction block, from city to city. You had to do things beneath your dignity, black woman. You carried us during the slavery system on the plantation. You are the backbone of the civil rights movement. And no pastor will deny. No pastor will deny that the black woman is absolutely the backbone of the church. If you leave church, black woman, church is over. Church is over. You are the backbone of the church. You've been the backbone of playing key roles in the civil rights movement from the front seat of the bus all the way to the back seat of the bus. You, black woman, have carried us. Not all black men, but some of us. We can hear a knock at the door. Oh, blue-eyed bill collector at the front door, whatever color his eyes. Knocking on the door. Not all black men, but some black men. In the back room, as Brother Ajabu said, 2 minutes. In the back room, saying, honey, go see who that is, honey. And tell him, honey, I ain't home. Poor black woman. Hurt. Goes to the front door with her pretty lip poked out. And she says, he say, he ain't home. He say he ain't home. The black woman has wanted us to stand up. No, Sister Angela Davis, we have to stand up. You've been standing up. You have nourished us and nurtured us. And now, as you are called in the Bible, in the book of Kings, a widow, black woman, you're called a widow in the Bible, so teaches Elijah and Farrakhan. You're called a widow in the Bible because you're man, because we have been, as the Masons say, struck a blow to the head, which rendered us dead. Struck a blow to the head at the east gate, carried on a westernly course, buried in the north corner where there is no light, under an old rubbish heap. But it's a shallow grave. Someone must come with the lion's paw or the eagle's claw or the master grip that won't slip and raise this black man from a dead level to a living perpendicular and stand him upright on the square. We give thanks to Almighty God. This is not a Farrakhan march, but we give thanks to Almighty God that one has been raised up in our midst who has a black man manufacturing center going, where he's turning black men off of the assembly line on a daily and consistent basis. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan with a black man manufacturing center. The master grip that won't slip. Black woman, you are a unique one, divine. There's a certain quality that God put into you, black woman, that he didn't put into the others. Look at O.J. Simpson's black wife. They tried every way they could to drag her into this. But there's a unique quality in you, black woman. She fought them every step of the way. Even though she had been disrespected, even though she had been, in a sense, abandoned and kicked to the curb. There's something in you, black woman. O.J. Simpson took his money, found some glorified whore from the Mezzaluna, or whatever the hell cafe, and put his money in her, spent his money on her no good, ugly mama, and her no good, ugly daddy, and her no good, ugly, whorish sisters, who have all come out against him to this very day after he abandoned the black woman. Spent all of his money on the white woman. But the black woman still wouldn't turn on him. The black women in the jury box still wouldn't turn on him. We need your backing, black woman. We need your support. When we go tomorrow, we want to come back to you, new men. We want to come back to you. Yes, some responsible now, but more committed, more dedicated, more responsible than we've ever been before. Day of atonement to you, black woman, to the black family, to our black children, and again to each other, because we have been the dry bones in the valley. Look at us. Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, Nation of Islam, Honorable Silas Muhammad, Nation of Islam, Shia, Sunni, Ahmadiyya, Supreme Minister John Muhammad, Nation of Islam. Look at us. Solomon, the prepared one, as he is called, Nation of Islam. Here comes another kind of Muslim, the other kind of Muslim. Here comes a Muslim who's not any of that. He's just a Muslim, or she's just a Muslim. Church of God in Christ. Church of God out of Christ. Church of God over Christ. Church of God under Christ. Church of God around Christ. Church of God through Christ. Church of God, no Christ. Church of Christ, no God. Church, no God, no Christ, just having church. Ain't got no God, ain't got no Christ. Some of us, I'm not speaking of all. I'm speaking of our disunity. Look at it. I'm with the Republican Party. And I'm with the Democratic Party. Fool, you're not even invited to the party. And it really ain't even that kind of party. I'm a white collar worker. I'm a blue collar worker. Here come a fool with no shirt on. I'm a Mason. I'm an elk. I'm a moose. I'm an Eastern Star. I'm a Shriner. All of these have good. All of these have positive. I'm Omega. I'm Sigma. I'm Kappa. I'm Alpha. I'm Delta. I'm Sigma Gamma Rho. I'm C5B honey C me. AKA, as long as we live by the cardinal principles of the founding mothers and fathers, there is good in all. I'm just saying that we must pull the Black family, pull the Black nation together, and we must not let it degenerate into tribalism. That's all I'm saying. Pull the family together. Draw from the good of the Christian church, of the Muslim nation, the Muslim mosque, from the Black Hebrew synagogue, from the cathedral, the Black Catholic. Pull it all together. Because the whipping winds are blowing in America. We mentioned earlier the so-called contract on America. These are some of the whipping winds to blow on the dry bones. Cutting off the welfare. Cutting back the food stamps. Cutting off that constipating government cheese that they used to give out so freely. Procurement, entitlement, affirmative action, which was always just a Band-Aid. That's not real, and it's not a positive and the most positive step toward freedom and independence. We need reparations. We need some of this land, some of this good earth that we can call our own. And we are not just talking about some money from white folks, some paper with some dead Peckerwood president's pictures on the money. Our great-great-grandparents would turn over in their grave if they knew all we wanted was some money. And I don't believe that's where we are. We must have the money, yes, but we must also have land, because land is the basis of independence, and we must have full reparations. I want to cover these few more points with you as I near my conclusion, but I have some key points that I must cover as we look at this trail of bloody evidence that will lead to the front gate and the back gate of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We will have 1 million witnesses coming in to bear witness to all that we are saying here tonight. To rape us, to lynch us, to burn us alive. Every law in the District of Columbia, every law in the state of Maryland, every law in the state of Virginia, Delaware, California, Georgia, New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, it makes no difference. Every law in the penal code system, federal and state, of the white man had to break those laws in order to establish this nation. We're going to poll the children. How many of you will bear witness that the white man committed armed robbery in order to get America? Let me see your hands. How do you find him? How do you find him? Hands down. How many of you admit that the white man committed grand larceny and petty larceny in order to set up the United States of America? How do you find him? How do you find him? How many of you admit that he's the most notorious liar and perjurer ever recorded in the annals of history? How do you find him? How many of you admit that he committed kidnapping? Every hand in here should go up because you are all Exhibit A. You wouldn't be here unless somebody kidnapped you. How do you find him? How do you find him? How do you find him on the count of racism, white supremacy, the setting up of Jim Crow law, setting up civil rights bills and voting rights bills and Reconstruction, and then turning around and reconstructing the whole thing, making us go over and over and over again over these things. How do you find him? Brothers and sisters, how many of you find him guilty? Find him guilty of committing the greatest atrocities of any other people ever recorded in the annals of time. How many of you find him guilty of starting World War I, World War II, working on World War III? How do you find him? How many of you find him the most violent one that has ever been on the face of the earth? How do you find him? There's no one more violent than the white man. An international gangster. America is a criminal enterprise. How do you find this criminal enterprise, America, guilty or not guilty? It's a criminal enterprise. It's guilty. We find them guilty with no recommendation for mercy. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in his book, Message to the Black Man, and in the Muhammad Speaks newspaper and the Final Call newspaper, under What the Muslims Believe, he says that we believe that the offer of integration is hypocritical and is made by those who are trying to deceive the Black peoples into believing that their 400-year-old open enemies are all of a sudden their friends. He says further, we believe that this is the time in history for the separation of the so-called Negroes and the so-called white Americans. We believe that the Black man should be freed in name as well as in fact. By this we mean that he should be freed from the names imposed upon him by his former slave master. Separation, freedom and independence, a nation of our own. The call is for a spiritual, cultural Black power, a spiritual, cultural Black liberation movement that moves toward Black nationalism. I have never voted in my life. Who would I vote for? Who are the candidates? Satan, the devil, Lucifer, and Beelzebub. And either one of these crackers you vote for, you're still gonna end up catching hell. It makes no difference. Brother Colin Powell has written his book, My American Journey. I don't know about Brother Colin Powell's American journey, but our American journey has not been a dream. It's been a nightmare. I don't know about voting for a man who will wear 4 stars for the white man. I don't know about voting for a man who will go into Panama, who will go anywhere the white man sends him, and he will kill black men, women, children, and babies because he has been sworn to uphold America and to defend America from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And whoever the white man determines is an enemy of his, he will send his watchdogs, his attack dogs to attack. I don't know about voting for Colin Powell. I can't vote for Jesse Jackson, but both Colin Powell and Jesse Jackson, we believe that since this is October 15th at 12:01 tonight, we are declaring this as our high holy day of atonement. So as of 12:01 tonight, we're calling on them to become more committed to our people. So they all deserve a chance. Reverend Ben Chavis deserves a chance. All of them deserve a chance. Dr. Cornel West, Dr. Henry Louis Gates, they have been reported to be on the point for the Jews. But as of 12:01 tonight, all of them deserve a chance. They are our family. They are our brothers. And any sisters who need to come home, they too deserve a chance. But from this point on, we will be watching every one of them as we move toward freedom and independence. We all need to atone. I need to atone. But I don't need to atone for standing up for the freedom and independence of our people. I don't have to atone for attacking the Pope of Rome, who was just here a few days ago. You didn't think I was going to miss this opportunity to speak the truth on the Pope of Rome? I was taught under the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad that the Pope of Rome is the Antichrist, is the dragon of the book of Revelation. It makes me sick to my stomach to see black people in Africa run over each other, trample each other, literally murder each other just to kiss this cracker's ring. Who in the hell is the Pope of Rome but an imposter? He's an idol. He is a false icon that must be torn down, and he must be exposed today. I cannot leave him alone. Talking about he's the vicar of Christ. He's the right hand of Christ. But when he got shot, when the Pope got shot, he should have been happy he was shot. If he was going on to glory, going on to heaven, if he was supposed to be who he says he really is, if he was going to the right hand, but instead they called in the best doctors they could find. He should have been saying, get away from me. I don't want no doctor. I'm going on to hell. I'm going on to the right hand. Why do you make mockery of the Pope? I'm not making mockery of the Pope. The battle is for the minds and hearts of black people. We must fight for the minds and hearts of our people. The Pope is false. The Pope is the Antichrist. The Pope is an imposter. And I cannot let you take some cracker in your head and believe that he can intercede for you with God. You are the chosen people of God, and you don't need no damn cracker to intercede for you, black man, and you, black woman. You don't need it, black man. Look at this imposter. Brother Sundiata is up here. I know that Professor or Doctor, that's what he is, Ashra Crazy is here. Give him a black hand. The Pope, which is supposed to mean Papa, the Father. But the Bible says that in the spiritual realm, in the religious realm, that no man is supposed to be called Father. In the religious order and the religious realm of God, you go against the very book itself while you pretend to uphold the book. Look at the so-called Pope when he wears the high crown, the hedge crown of Asar, the hedge crown of that one that the Greeks, the freaks, call Osiris, wearing the hedge crown of the ancient black pharaoh, carrying the wasp scepter in his hand, the ancient staff of power and authority among our forefathers and foremothers in ancient Egypt or Kemet. Study Dr. Yusuf bin Yaqub. Study Professor Tony Browder. Study Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Maulana Karenga. Study Dr. Sekhmet Nana Akosiwa. Thank you, Farka. Akosiwa Sekhmet. Study the greats among us, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. George G.M. James. Study Dr. Malefi Asante. Study them wearing the hedge crown of our ancient forefathers and foremothers, a criminal, a thief, robbing us right before our eyes, carrying our staff or scepter of power and authority. And you wonder why I said we should raise his dress up and see what's really happening under that dress? I'm talking about exposing him. I'm not into no silly talk. I'm not interested in what is under the Pope's clothes. I'm not into that. We're talking about exposing him. It's a metaphor. It's a figure of speech. Why would you attack the Pope? Why would you criticize the Pope? Isn't that what got you in trouble before? If you're black, you're born in trouble in America. I'm a freedom fighter. I'm a righteous man of God, but I'm a freedom fighter. I'm a revolutionary. And in the Million Man March, there's a place for the freedom fighter. There's a place for the revolutionary. There's a place for the agitator, the irritator, the infuriator, that one who hassles and harasses the enemy. I don't care if I'm the 1,000,000th black man. If I'm the last one, there must be a place for the agitator. That one who agitates. I don't care how good your washing machine is. I don't care what color it is. I don't care how much you paid for it. It's not the rent cycle. It's not the spin cycle. But what whips and beats and turns them clothes every way but loose and beats the dirt and the grime and the filth out of those clothes is what's called the agitator in the washing machine. It's the duty of the revolution. It's the duty of the freedom fighter to hassle the enemy, to harass the enemy, to infuriate the enemy and irritate and agitate the enemy, to make the enemy make mistakes that they ordinarily would not make, to miscalculate, to be uncompromising, drive the enemy to the negotiating table with our divine diplomats and our divine negotiators. We must drive him to the table. You say, well, don't you think you might be undermining Minister Farrakhan and what he's going to do tomorrow? Shut up, fool. I don't have to be the quarterback. I just want to be on the team with Farrakhan. I just want to be a pulling guard, a hard-nosed pulling guard on the line, looking the enemy straight in his eyes, ready to pull down the line, breaking crackers' legs and backs so that Farrakhan can move for the touchdown, so that Farrakhan can run the touchdown. That's what I want to do. I want to throw the key block. Throw the key block. Dig in. Just dig in the dirt with this cracker. Down. Breaking crackers' legs, and breaking crackers' necks, breaking crackers' backs, so Farrakhan can make it to the goal line, run the touchdown, and the referees say, why don't you tone down, Khalid? They touch me with what they say. I can't tone down. I tried to tone down. God didn't make me to tone down. I can't tone down. I can't bow down. I can't sit down. I can't give up. I can't shut up. God damn it, I must stand up and deal with this cracker. Deal with this. I just want to be Farrakhan's flamethrower. I want to be Farrakhan's flamethrower that will burn up everything that gets in his path. And I say to every cracker under the sound of my voice that we don't believe that anything will happen here tomorrow. We believe that God is with us. We believe that he will be our buckler and our shield, that he will go out with us and he will come in with us and he will put his light above us, beneath us, and all around us. So, black woman, you don't have to worry. We've come to Washington. We've put on the whole armor of God. We don't believe anything would happen. We say, leave Farrakhan alone tomorrow. If you touch Farrakhan, we will kill everything white that ain't right that's in sight. We will kill everything. Leave Farrakhan alone. Don't touch him. I used to worry. I used to worry about what different people thought about me. But I don't worry no more. It's Reverend Ishaka Musa Barashango quoting from Jeremiah. I got fire in my bones. I have to fight. I have to fight. I used to worry. Can't worry about it. You gotta understand, black woman, in some of the protest marches, vicious four-legged dogs, sicked on us by cold-blooded vicious two-legged white dogs, leaped up into the bosom of black women and ripped their breasts. I remember my son Khalfani was not there that day, but my son Farrakhan was 9 years old. I remember the University of Riverside, University of California in Riverside. Brother Steve Washington was with me. Brother out in the audience, he was there. Brother Larry up here, he was there. Brother Wazir up here, he was there. Brother Stanley 2X, this man right here, Brother Larry, Brother Steve got me safely to the car. Brother Larry was in his beautiful Lexus. Blood was everywhere. This man right here, Brother Stanley 2X, looking like a blitzing linebacker. When the gunfire started, when there was the staccato of gunfire in the atmosphere, he never hesitated. He looked like Superman flying through the air with bullets flying everywhere. He was the one that took the gun from James Edward Best and put him on the ground to take the gun from him. A true soldier. Brother Larry, Brother Stanley, Brother Steve, and the brothers from the Crips and the Bloods that day who had taken off their red and their blue and put on their black that day and took bullets that day. But I remember when I heard the gunshots ring out in the atmosphere, I didn't think about myself. My first thought was my 9-year-old little Farrakhan, Khalid Muhammad. And I looked for him. I saw them snatch him and cover him, and the gunfire was ringing out in the atmosphere. Oh, black brother. That day, tomorrow, we can't have our women, our wives, our queens. We can't have you there tomorrow. We don't want our babies there nursing. We don't want our baby buggies and carriages all around. We don't want our toddlers at our feet. Come on, Sister Angela Davis. You're a warrior sister. We love you. You know war. You know revolution. You know this peace. We can't have our babies at our feet. We can't have our babies nursing. We don't believe anything will happen. But if something should happen, we don't want to have to reach for our baby or our wives. We want to be able to stand up, 1 million strong black men, and drive this cracker in the earth. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. I've got to say this since so many are listening. Now they tell me that C-SPAN is right now playing this live all across the country. You're live right now, all the way live. I'm saying straight up, all the way live, all across the country. We're in the house. So you can just go ballistic now. I have to say, because many of you have not heard from me, when we talk about the Holocaust and the enslavement, genocide, the murder, the robbery, the rape, the loss of over 600 million lives, when we talk about the Middle Passage, when we talk about the murder of our people on the continent in the Caribbean, when we talk about all over the globe, now being the most robbed and spoiled people ever recorded in history, and still being murdered today, and the destruction of our youth, and the flooding of our communities with dope, liquor stores everywhere. As Dr. Ashra Kwesi says, when we have to face the fact that we look to our enemy as our deity because you've given us blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned gods to bow down to instead of the true and the living God, for God is real. When we look at all of this, we must say, brothers and sisters, that our unity is most important. Every October 16th, a day of atonement, a day of atonement, high holy day, every year. Brother, where's that t-shirt, brother? Hold it up for me. Brother Sundiata and I were talking. This is a powerful t-shirt here, showing the Kemetic, or the ancient Egyptian god, or nectar, we should say. The nectar. The nectar, hey, which represents 1 million. The nectar, hey, representing 1 million, with the palm branch of eternity on his head. Coming up, here we find that they're coming up out of noon, the primordial waters of chaos. What is that a sign? It's a sign that October 16th, the Million Man March, the Day of Atonement, that we are coming up out of the waters of chaos and confusion, slavery, suffering, and death in white America. And here we have what they call the Washington Monument, which represents the male reproductive organ, the male regenerative organ of Osiris. We know that George Washington never had an erection like this. We know better than this. Why did you say it? Because we must tear down this kind of symbolism in our minds and in our hearts. The symbol of resurrection is the Washington Monument. Can I take a few more minutes and just touch on it and show you how it ties in with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, with the black pastors, black clergy, black men of the cloth, and black women, millions of them backing us up, planning, formulating every ideology, every philosophy, every organization, every doctrine. Can I take just a moment? When we study the Medu-Neter, when we study ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet, first of all, the first 3 letters of atone are what? A-T-O-N, Aten. Then we go to Akhenaten, who turned up the flame of monotheism, the belief in the one God. He didn't start it, he didn't author it, he turned up the flame. But now another one comes to turn up the flame. In 1995, on October 16th, to move us toward the atonement and move us toward oneness with each other and the one God, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. But let's take a look at the history very quickly. When we look at it, we will find that Osiris, as they call him, or Asar, was set upon, was attacked. His body was cut up into 14 different pieces. He was set upon by 42 conspirators, led by Set, which means Satan in another sense, is where the white man, I should say, gets Satan from. Cut him up into 42 different parts. Who is Asar? Asar is you. Asar is me, black man. We have been divided. We have been separated. We have been dismembered. We have been cut off into many different pieces. And you, black woman, Isis, you, black woman, are set, have set out in relentless pursuit. Some of you have come all the way from California. Some have come across the Canadian border. You have come from far and near. Some of you are now looking and listening on your television screen because you want to make your black man whole again. You want to put him back together. You want to find the dismembered pieces and put him back together. So, Aset, Isis, found all of the parts of a man, except one part, the regenerative and the reproductive organ. But of course, Aset was so familiar with that part until it didn't present too much of a problem for her to be able to form and fashion that which would serve for the future. And so now the white man in the Vatican in Rome, part of our Holocaust, part of them taking the history, contaminating it, compromising it, thereby corrupting it, setting up their libraries in France, in Concord Circle, and now here in Washington, D.C. The devil has taken the symbol, which is a symbol of our resurrection out of chaos. And it's interesting that it will be in the skyline tomorrow, a symbol of our resurrection, a symbol of us. Hey, the Kemetic netter representing 1 million coming up out of the primordial waters of chaos and confusion. There's so much more to that. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to touch that. Black woman, we have asked, and black men, that tomorrow be a day of prayer also. That tomorrow, for those across the country who will not be here, that it be a day of fasting and prayer. To our brothers and sisters who are locked down in the jails and in the prisons of the white man, it is a day where we too are in unity with you. We must fight for Brother Mumia. We must fight for Brother Matula. We must fight for Brother Ruchell McKee. We must fight for Brother Geronimo Pratt. We must fight for Frankie Moore, Zulu, Kofi. We must fight for the countless political prisoners who are locked up falsely by this white man. No white man is qualified, nor white woman, to judge the black man and woman. Your criminal justice system is just that, a criminal justice system. It was set up by criminals, and it is run by criminals today. Judge Ito is a criminal, but he's really a victim. He's an exotic Japanese Tom. I've never seen a Japanese Uncle Tom before. This is an exotic Tom, married to a white woman. Now, we're used to every now and then a black Tom coming up. That's deja vu. But as Mooney or Stickney would say, when you get a Japanese Tom, that's vujade. That's something that ain't never happened before. I know nothing about it. He must have forgot about Nagasaki and Hiroshima and the murder of his people. But a Japanese exotic Tom judge married to a white woman, when the defendant was accused of killing a white woman, the police planted evidence. Furman admitted that he plants evidence, perjured himself on the stand, lied. You call it perjury. The cracker lied on the stand. And the other cracker, Van Atta, lied on the stand. All of them are nothing but liars. Look here. Ito is married not only to a white woman, but married to one of the ranking officers in the Los Angeles PD. Now, how is he gonna go home and face his white woman, who is also a policeman, and rule fairly and justly on behalf of Brother OJ? God had to put it into the minds and hearts of those black women, that black man, the Chicano, and for them to be able to prevail over the two white women, I believe, that were on that jury. I do these things. I cover these things for that purpose, to tear down these false images and idols. I was about to say to you that when I made the speech at Keene College that caused the president, vice president, the Senate to vote 97-0, second time in history behind my teacher, and in good company, condemned by those crackers, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and for the first time in history, the full Congress, the House of Representatives, to pass House Resolution 343, condemning me. Governors, mayors, state assemblies, the ADL, the JDL, and a lot of other alphabet organizations, Catholic Church, all of them came out. I did not say as much as a word nor a sentence against, or as little as a word nor as much as a sentence against my teacher, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I studied my uncle's history, Malcolm X, the brother of my spiritual father, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I studied my uncle's history, Malik Zulu Shabazz, brother Omar Wright. 30 years ago at the very same time, he was going through the very same thing. And he had already taken this test and left the key to the test, left the answers to the test. And if I couldn't pass the test after he had left the key and left the answer, I wasn't supposed to pass the test. And so by God's grace, see Minister Jeremiah Farad Muhammad here from Dallas. I mentioned Minister Wazir earlier. Minister Jeremiah was speaking about standing the test of time. By God's grace, I was able to come through that. Shot down like a dog, but still to stand back up again. Strong in my resolution and commitment than I have ever been before. Because now I am sure, more than ever before, that God is with me. He has proven that he is with me. I have gone to the door of death and looked death in the face. God has brought me back safely. Placed my feet on solid ground. So I just trust and lean on him and thank him for sparing my life that I could stand another day beside of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I close with a couple of more points. For those of you who are worried about work tomorrow, don't worry about work. If the white man's constitution is any kind of way worth the paper that is written on, this is the time for us to test it one way or the other, Attorney Maddox. This is the time for us to test it. He claims freedom of religion. This is a religious day. This is a spiritual day. This is a high holy day. The so-called Jews can have their Yom Kippur. Yom meaning the day of, and Kippur meaning forgiveness. They can have their day of atonement and forgiveness. We don't have to beg the white man. We take this day and declare this day as our high holy day. Don't worry about your job. We'll fight them every day if we have to, and test his so-called Constitution and his Bill of Wrongs, Bill of Rights. Plus you got sick days. Call in tonight. You got the home number. Or call the supervisor or the manager. Call in and tell them, tomorrow I will be sick. I feel the symptoms coming down already. I know that tomorrow, October 16th, I'm going to be sick, so I will not be in to work tomorrow. But if you're bold enough, after 400 years, if you're bold enough and strong enough, you just stand up and tell him, This is my high holy day, and I am not coming to work. I'm giving God this day. I'm not giving it to anyone else. I'm giving God October 16th. It's our high holy day. So brothers and sisters, for these past 2 days, we have been here, this Black African Holocaust Nationhood Conference. We had Dr. Jeffries, had Dr. Martin, we've had Professor Steve Coakley and others. Some of you have missed all of that, and we don't want to stay out late tonight. We want to get ready and be prepared for tomorrow. We have Brother Donald Brown, the Ku Klux Klan, burned his home down in Boston, Massachusetts. Brother Donald, right here. We want to organize something up in that part of the country and begin to go to South Boston. South Boston. We know about South Boston. To help our brother out there in that area. So brothers and sisters, I say to you, as the scripture says, there's a lion asleep in Judah. Who will awaken him? Hold your position. Hold your position. There's a lion asleep in Judah. The scripture says, who will awaken him? He's a lion, but the lion is asleep. Cannot rule asleep, black man. The lion asleep in Judah. The Bible says that the people who have walked in darkness have seen a great light. Arise and shine, for thy light is come. Another scripture says, awake, arise, ye men of Zion, shake thyself from the dust. This is your hour, black man. This is your hour, black woman. We shall overcome. Yes, we shall overcome because we will be joint heirs with him, the scripture says, and we shall overcome. But not only shall we overcome, we shall overrun. You'd better listen to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. You'd better listen, white man, to every one of our religious leaders and various leaders tomorrow, because there's a generation coming up in America today that if you don't listen to our divine leaders who God has anointed and appointed for this hour, there's a generation that's coming up that when we return to Washington, D.C., it won't be a million of us, but there'll be millions of black men and women with their God and with their guns returning to Washington, D.C. one day by the power of Almighty God. Listen to Farrakhan. Listen to the organizers of this march. Sit down at the negotiating table. You might have a stay of execution, white man, but we believe that God will harden your heart. You will not be granted that stay of execution. Lift every voice and sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Lift every voice and sing. But at the same time, brothers and sisters, you better lift every fist and swing too. Thank you for listening, and may Allah bless you. Hold your position. May Allah bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
Saturday on C-SPAN 2, this week's Million Man March. You'll see our